燃え上がれガンダム。
Hello and welcome to Weekly Suit Gundam, the bonus summer podcast brought to you by the Weekly Stuff Podcast. I'm Sean Chapman.
And I'm Jonathan Lack.
And we are here, my good friend Jonathan, to bring a close to our wacky journey through 0079 Mobile Suit Gundam. We have been through a lot together.
We really have. You know, a few weeks ago, I was just some plucky kid who all I knew about Gundam is that it had big robots, and people liked it. And it sold a lot of toys and figures.
Yes.
And it had a dude named Char. I knew all these things mostly because you had said them.
Yes.
But I didn't know a lot. And now, let's put it this way, Sean. At the end of the previous episode, which came out like last week, but we recorded a long time ago, I had seen one Gundam show. And it was the original Mobile Suit Gundam. And we'd finished it, and that was great. I have now seen 5 full Gundam series.
Yes.
I have bought 4 Gundam manga books. I have seen all 3 of the original compilation movies for the series, which is going to be our main topic today. And I am now a fully obsessed Gundam fan, I think I can say. The last thing I have yet to do is buy and build a Gundam kit. That will be like the final, piece of this. But I'm getting close.
Yes, and this truly is the happiest ending possible. I have executed on my objective of infecting someone else with Gundam so I can talk to someone about it, because I don't have my friend from the Japanese class forever ago that introduced me to Gundam, because he moved to Hawaii. So now the vector passes on to you, and someday, maybe Thomas, somebody you will infect with the Gundam virus as well.
Absolutely, because also now I have the tools in the toolkit of where to recommend things to people and how. Yeah. And it's a wonderful, wonderful world. Do you want to tell the people about what's on the docket today?
Yeah, so for today's episode, we are going to specifically talk about the 3 compilation movies released in 1981 and 1982 that were, as we talked before on the podcast, one of these sort of instrumental things to making Gundam hugely successful. They were massive commercial successes at the time of their release in Japan and kind of put Gundam on the map, and then reruns of the original series were also super successful. Gunpla sales were super successful, the Gunpla being the Gundam kits, and then that's how you got Zeta Gundam greenlit, and then now 40...
And Gundam has never been off the air since.
Yeah, basically, yeah. It's a 40-year anniversary, and we have movies and news shows and everything still coming out. So we'll talk about those compilation movies. We'll also... I want to hear some of your wrap-up stuff of your wonderful Gundam journey that you've gone on through a lot of the OVA series, because you've watched basically everything set around the time of the original show at this point, right?
I have. The only thing that I have not watched is Mobile Suit Gundam Igloo, which is the sort of weird CGI series that was done in the mid-2000s, so it kind of looks like a PS2 game, and I have not watched that yet. Maybe I will on a rainy day someday.
Yeah, that's one of those Gundam things that most Gundam fans I do not think have watched.
Yeah.
I watched those, and I like the second series of them okay, but yeah, you've watched the major One-Year War stuff.
Yep, and that's going to be kind of our topic. We're going to talk about the other One-Year War shows, we're going to talk about the movies, we're going to talk about some of the different... Because I also should say, when I say I bought 4 Gundam books, I've also got here Volume 1 of the Origin manga, the English version, which is this super nice hardcover art book.
Nice.
That's 500 pages, and it's all on art paper. Plus I've got the first 3 volumes of Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt, which is amazing. So yeah, I'm properly in the weeds, and we will talk about all of that, as well as we have some fun top 10 lists.
Yes, as we have promised in previous episodes, we have done what we do here, which is make dumb top 10 lists.
To kind of wrap up, this is the episode we're going to wrap up the One-Year War, and then if we do more Gundam stuff in the future, we'll go forward in the timeline.
Yes.
So sticking with Universal Century for now because, Sean, I have gotten all my Universal Century stuff together. I'm not nearly ready to start figuring out what the fuck is all that other stuff.
Yeah, no, I definitely think the path forward is at least, like, follow the linear progress at least through to Char's counterattack. And then from there, you can decide whether or not you want to do F91 and some of the other later Universal Century stuff, or say, fuck it, I want to watch G Gundam or Ironblood Orphans or some other Gundam series.
I know G Gundam was pitched, I saw online, as martial arts Gundam.
Yes.
And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to have to watch that at some point.
Yeah, it's got basically a Gundam Tenkaichi Budokai is about half of that show, so yes. I think you'll probably watch it eventually.
Right, we are stopping this podcast right now. You just said the words Gundam Tenkaichi Budokai, and I'm out of here.
Yeah, it's very good.
So where should we start? Do we want to start with the movies? Do we want to start with some of the other shows?
Yeah, I think we should start with, because I am eager to hear you talk about, kind of decompress some of the other Gundam stuff before we get into the movies.
I'm eager too.
Yeah. So let's, explain what have you experienced now? Because it should be clear to the viewers, while for them or listeners, it has only been a week or two since the last episode came out. For us, it's been several weeks. So you've had a good chunk of time to just really dig into a lot of stuff.
Absolutely, I have. So I'm going to go in the order I watched these, not the order they were made.
Okay.
So we finished the original Mobile Suit Gundam, and I have to stress, I was holding myself back on not looking at any other Gundam stuff. Mm-hmm. Because while we were watching, because the whole point of this series, the experiment, was Gundam veteran, Sean, yes. Gundam newbie, Jonathan. If I looked ahead and started reading spoilers or started researching the other shows, it wouldn't have worked as well, I don't think.
Yeah, I agree.
So we finished that last podcast, Sean, and I went, okay. And I took the needle out and injected it straight into my fucking arm, starting with Gundam The Origin, the OVA series. Well, we should back up. Gundam The Origin is the manga that was drawn and written by Yoshikazu Yasuhiko, who was the character designer, art director on the original TV series. Yep. Then he went back in the 2000s and did a full manga that's combines a lot of the different story changes they'd made over the years to kind of try to make a definitive version of the story. Plus, it's got all the prequel stuff that then they took out of the manga and made into 6 OVA movies.
Yeah.
We should say OVAs are original video animations. Gundam has a lot of those.
Yeah, and they're basically, think of it as mini-series, effectively, is what they are.
And they're not aired on TV, they're sold to the public. Back in the day, it would have been on VHS, then on DVD, then on Blu-ray. Yeah. These were specifically theatrical OVAs because they also came out in theaters and are movie quality. They've each got 6 minutes of credits because they are movie-ass movies.
Yeah, and they're all at least an hour apiece.
Yep, and then the last 2 are full 90 minutes, the Loom Battlefield ones. And those are, we should say, being recut, and they're being aired right now. They're not quite finished, but you can go find them on Crunchyroll into a 13-episode TV series that will have to excise some of it because 13 episodes would not be able to fit all that. But anyway, The Origin is basically the story of everything leading up to the One-Year War. It focuses on a lot of characters, but roughly Char and Sayla are the center of it because they were the children of Zeonzum Daikun. And Gundam The Origin is so ludicrously good, Sean. Uh-huh. It is. So it's a prequel, and it is a prequel-ass prequel in that it is telling you, filling in all the details, some things you knew roughly, roughly the outline of Char's past and Sayla's past. Jimba Ral raised them, Zeon died of a heart attack, they think it was the Zabi clan, and that's why he hates the Zabis. They go into much more detail on all that, and it literally ends with the white base coming over Side 7 and Captain Bright standing, well, he was not a captain yet, but him standing there and being I wonder what we're going to find down there.
Yeah, and it's Char getting his Musai and Dren, who's sort of his right-hand man, and him and him getting orders to figure out what Operation V is from Dozle. So it ends right at that point.
And as these kind of prequels go, it's the best prequel I've ever seen.
I agree, 100%.
I would put it above, the closest I would say is something like the Star Wars prequels, which you and I like, but are obviously divisive.
Yeah.
And by Star Wars prequels, we actually now have to clarify the prequel trilogy, not Rogue One and Solo. Yes. Which, Rogue One and Solo are the bad version of Gundam The Origin.
Absolutely, yeah.
Because Gundam The Origin is so creative with it, it leaves a lot more ambiguity in things than I think most prequels are content to do.
Yeah, most of the things that are left very deliberately ambiguous by the original series are not clarified necessarily by The Origin.
Yeah, so you don't know, was Zeonzum Daikun literally killed by the Zabis, or was that just a political, he actually died of a heart attack, and Giren Zabi is not Giren, Dozel Zabi, not
Degwin.
Dozel, Degwin.
Yes.
What the... God, there's so many of these goddamn zombies, and they've all got silly names.
But they all die eventually.
They all die eventually.
Most of them in the hand Char.
But my point is, Degwin's a good politician, so maybe he just took advantage of it. You can read it either way in the origin, just as you could in the original show.
Yeah.
Char, if you think they are ever going to pin down Char's exact motivations for you, no, because that would be weird if Char just said, like, this is my manifesto, because I don't think Char knows exactly what he wants.
No, yeah, I think Char is very good at giving this impression that he has some kind of master plan that he never really has. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why he has his mask, is so that nobody can tell what his motivations are, so that he doesn't have to reveal anything or have anything.
Yeah, because there's a lot of good thematic stuff in the origin, but I think the two most impressive thematic moments to me are at the end of episode 1, which is all young Char and Sayla. Young Char is voiced by Mayumi Tanaka, who you might know from everything, but specifically she is Luffy in One Piece, she is Kuririn and Yajirobe and Uranai Baba in Dragon Ball.
Yeah.
She is Pazu in Castle in the Sky, just like all these different things. They got her to voice young Char, which... oh my god, what a good decision.
It's an amazing performance.
Amazing performance. And the end of episode 1 is Char gets in a gun tank and is like mowing down other gun tanks on the streets of Zeon. And this is like they're trying to get out of the city to... this is when the Rawl clan is like getting them out of Side 3.
Yeah.
And he gives this speech to Sayla where it's like, they're our enemy, everyone's our enemy, every person we see, that's our enemy, and I'm going to like shoot them all. And I feel like that is one of the best clarifying moments for Char I've seen in this franchise so far. Because what episode 1 does, is it gives you such a good idea of why Char and Sayla become the people they became, because the trauma inflicted upon them as the children of Zeonzam Daikun is extreme. Like, the Zabis really fucked them over. Like, you really understand why Char wants to put a fucking bazooka through Cassila's head.
Yeah.
Like, if you wondered why before, you won't wonder anymore. And I think you see how Char is just kind of broken from that.
Yeah, and it's a really strong read of his character from both Mobile Suit Gundam and then like later stuff you see from him, of that like he is like the ultimate loner. You know, he is always like he's the only person that's on his own team.
Yep.
Maybe Artesia / Sayla a little bit, but even then it's like castfall against the world.
It is, and the other side of that is how, like, Sayla is a smaller part of the series for obvious reasons, because she's younger, she is not out there becoming the Red Comet of Loom, all these things. But I also think where they take her character, in that if Char becomes the ultimate loner, she's the other direction, where, like, she loses every family she's had. She loses her original family, she constructs a new family with the Moss family.
Yeah.
She loses them, and so she becomes the person who constructs families. And that's what she does in Mobile Suit Gundam. So I think putting them on that trajectory where they come from the same origins but take different things out of it is really interesting. And then the other thematic thread I love of Gundam the Origin is that it pretty directly implies that humanity wants this war. Mm-hmm. That, like, there are multiple off-ramps for the 1 year war in the like both before the colony is dropped and after, especially in the Antarctic Treaty, which is like the centerpiece of episode 6. And basically humanity kind of collectively decides, we're kind of jonesing for this. Yeah. And the whole ending is General Revel, who in a great bit of political theater is released from captivity by the Zabis in a scene with Char where he finds him in space, and it's so good. Anyway, and he goes back to Earth and gives this big speech for the Antarctic Treaty where he rejects it and says, we are going to fight and we are going to win. And that's what it goes out on, even into a credit sequence with like ripping guitar music, which I love.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of smart too, because it's like, this is such a crazy conflict that humanity has gotten itself into. It does something that a lot of Gundam shows, I realize now, do, which is that, and it's also, I think, a meta commentary on our interest in this genre of war fiction, is like, we hate it, we despise it, but also it's in our blood. And that's kind of the overall argument of Gundam the Origin. And overall, like, through all of that, through what they do with Ramba Ral, through what they do with Hamon, his like, not wife, but like partner, with Char and Sayla, with all the other characters, Gundam the Origin makes such a good case for its own existence. Like, you have to have seen the original series, but it's also its own thing. And I don't think there's any other prequel that stands up on its own two legs as beautifully as the Origin does.
Yeah, and I mean, that, like, Gundam The Origin is basically how this podcast happened, because me watching that, because it was still, the OVAs were still coming out by the time I had finished my original watch through, so I think they were at, like, the fourth movie or so. So I waited for all of them to be released, as I typically do before I wanted to watch them. So then I watched them while I was doing student teaching, and I was like, this is so fucking good, that I immediately started watching Mobile Suit Gundam again, which was then me talking about that on the podcast. Then was like, well, fuck, now is the time. It's the 40th anniversary. The stars are aligning.
We wanted to do something over the summer. Yeah.
So Gundam The Origin was like the spark that lit like the Gundam flame in me again to be like, fucking, we need to do some Gundam shit on this podcast.
It's a hell of a thing.
Yes. Also, I want to point out, because you mentioned Hamon in The Origin is, of course, voiced by Miyuki Sawashiro.
And in an amazing performance.
Yeah.
The final scene with her and Ramba Ral is in episode 5, I think. Like, they don't appear in the final one. And they are in their bar that they, like, work at together. And she just gets on the piano. And it's a full, like, 6-minute sequence where she sings this long, slow piano ballad. And it is genuinely one of the best scenes I've ever seen in fiction. Like, just, it's maybe my favorite scene in the entire Origin. That and Char at the end of, I think it's episode 3, saying red is a really good color,
Yeah,
isn't
he's
it?
looking through his mask. Yeah, holy shit.
But, which, that's all really good. But that scene is so haunting, and, like, part of me wishes there was a little bit more with Ramba Ral to tell us, like, how we get exactly from point A to B on him where he is in the series. But also, I feel like the animators must have felt this too. Like, you do that scene with Hamon and him and that song, it's like, that's it. That's kind of where his story needs to end here, because his life is literally unresolvable, especially knowing, like, that song is so much about knowing that there's no way out of this, and that they tried to be good people, but this world just, it's not for them. And it is, definitely gets the Miyuki Sawashiro Award for Peculiar Excellence.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I love The Origin so much. It's just got, because it also, because it's a prequel, it's where you get all the evil Char. Like, if your favorite Char moment is Char laughing in Garma's face, basically, as he betrays and kills Garma, if that's your favorite Char thing, Gundam The Origin has like 500 equivalently good evil Char moments.
I think it's episode 2 or 3 where the whole episode is them at the military academy, and it's basically just a solid, like, hour and 10 minutes of Char psychologically torturing poor Garma.
Little baby Garma.
Little baby Garma, and you realize, oh, he didn't just do this for a couple weeks on Earth, as we saw in the series. He did this for years of their life.
Yeah.
God, it's so good.
Yeah, you also have that great moment where, because one of the other characters that I think is really interesting in the 1 Year War stuff that doesn't get a huge amount of focus is Degwin Zabi, because he's the patriarch of the Zabi family. He's clearly a really skilled politician, but he's not the warmonger that Giran is. And when Giran takes over, like, Giran is the main force that pushes the 1 Year War forward. And you have that incredible scene where Degwin is with Garma, and he's kind of stroking his head and says old men shouldn't have children, which I think tells you everything about the relationship between Degwin and Garma. That is a big part of a really huge, like, element of Mobile Suit Gundam, which is Degwin's choice to try to sue for peace, which I think is mostly just motivated by Garma's death.
Yeah.
And giving that, like, it's really only one scene, but that one scene between the two of them reveals so much about that character in a really smart way.
Him and then Dozel also, in terms of the Zabi family, get so much good stuff to, like, flesh out their characters. It's outstanding. If you've seen Mobile Suit Gundam the original, like, it's an obvious next step. It's so good, especially now that it's all out there. I'm sure the TV version they're doing is fine, but I would recommend just the original movies, because they're also just, they work as films in a way that, like, it's like, the closest I can say is it's like if they did an HBO, like, prestige TV series of Gundam, it would be paced and, like, put out like this.
Yeah.
And it's that level of good stuff. But the good stuff didn't end there, Sean.
No, yeah.
Because then I watched Mobile Suit Gundam War in the Pocket.
Yes, which is a 6-episode OVA series of 20-minute OVAs, not ridiculous, massive movie OVAs.
And it was the first OVA series they did. It was 89, and it, like, opened a big new door for Gundam to, like, be like, oh, if we're putting them right on tape, we can do whatever the fuck we want.
Yeah, we can tell very different stories in Gundam, and we get a much bigger budget relative to the episode load we have, so we can make them look fucking gorgeous.
Yes, because War in the Pocket, I think if I had to give the logline for this show, is it's like if Studio Ghibli did Gundam.
Yes, that's a good way to frame it.
And not Miyazaki Studio Ghibli, Isao Takahata Studio Ghibli. Because it's Grave of the Fireflies with giant robots at a certain point.
Yeah, I mean, the main character is a kid, and when as a kid, not like Amuro, 15-year-old, like as a normal sort of Gundam protagonist age, like literally a child.
Yes, he's like 8 years old,
Yeah.
Al, and he basically, because I shall say, it's 6 episodes. It really is paced like a movie. It's a 3-act movie. It's actually a very teachable 3-act structure for how it does it. But the whole thing is Al lives on side 6, which is the neutral colony.
Yeah.
It's near the very end of the 1-year war. You know this because Christmas is happening during the series.
Yeah, because in the full title of the series is Gundam 0080 War in the Pocket.
Yeah, and you know the war ends on January 1st, 0080. So the war's about to end. These people don't know that, obviously. And Al is living on side 6, so he's very distant from the war. It has not come home to them yet. And he and his other classmates idolize the Gundams and the Zakus equally because they don't really have a stake in this war. He does not understand what war is. He is all of us who has ever watched military fiction as a kid and thought it was cool and not realized that there are people behind that. And then one day, a Zaku lands in his backyard, basically, piloted by a guy named Bernie. Bonnie-san!
Yeah.
So good. So good.
The
Great
names
name.
in Gundam are always great.
Always good. And Bernie is a amateur pilot in a little unit in Zeon that is trying to suss out this experimental Gundam prototype that is being built on Side 6 in secret because they're not supposed to build Gundams on Side 6.
Yeah.
And so he befriends Bernie, kind of helps him in his mission. He also has a next-door neighbor who used to babysit Al, and she has now come back. And Al does not know this, but we find out she is the pilot of the experimental Gundam. So he is friends with 2 adults on opposite sides of the war, and Bernie basically has this mission with his unit of he has to destroy that experimental Gundam, and Al befriends him, and if it sounds like your heart is going to be ripped the fuck out of your chest by that show, it is very hard, and it is... Yeah, if I could recommend any just 1 2-hour chunk of Gundam to people, it probably would be War in the Pocket.
Yeah, for me, it is the original Mobile Suit Gundam, War in the Pocket, and then Turn A Gundam, which is a later, late 90s Gundam show. Those are the 3, the trinity or whatever of, the best of the best Gundam stuff for me personally. Yeah, War in the Pocket is fucking incredible.
And the animation is out of this world because... it doesn't have a lot of mobile suit fights, obviously. Really only in the final episode. And so a lot more effort is just put into environments and character details. The amount of detail on character faces, you will never see that on a TV show. That's a movie thing, and that's when I say Ghibli by way of Isao Takahata. Isao Takahata is one of the only anime directors I've seen put that level of attention into faces, and I feel like they were very clearly inspired by him. Because there's a lot of that in there. Just look at what they do with eyes in War in the Pocket. It's amazing. The music is amazing. And I loved it so much that, Sean, I cut all the episodes into a 2.5-hour movie because I want that for myself in the future.
Yeah, because the great irony of Gundam as a franchise is maybe not the majority of, but maybe probably about 50% of the Gundam shows have compilation movies like the Mobile Suit Gundam ones we're going to talk about. And yet one of the ones that does not have a compilation movie is War in the Pocket. That basically is 3 steps away from just being a movie. You have to do very little to it.
It was not a lot of work, but it was a lot of fun. I have a copy of that if you want it, Sean.
Yes.
And I look forward to watching it again fairly soon. Then I watched another OVA series. These are all OVAs, I should say, because I did not watch another 50-episode Gundam since last time, although I guess if you put this all together, that's more than a 50-episode Gundam.
Yes, yeah. You basically watched the equivalent of, Mobile Suit Gundam side story show that's 50 episodes set during the 1-year war.
Because the next one I watched was the 8th MS Team, which is the one done in the 90s, and it is 90s-ass anime in just every facet of it. That's the other thing, is that I watched 5 Gundam shows now from 4 different decades, and I love that you can trace the history of anime through Gundam.
Yes, yeah.
Because it's been there through all of it. Like, something like Dragon Ball, that's a very long-running series, has these big gaps, where it wasn't airing, or one show went on for so long that it doesn't really reflect the other evolutions. I feel like every one of these, I'm like, oh, these are all different eras of anime, and it's really fun to see that reflected.
Yeah, and they're all, they're all different stories with different characters, like, made by very different teams. And so, yeah, like, one of the fun things about Gundam as a franchise is whether you're watching some of the other, full series or the OVA kind of spin-off stuff, you're getting so many different perspectives on this one sort of core idea that the 1979 show kind of put forth.
Yes, and the 8th MS team is, you described it on the last episode as it's kind of like Gundam in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Because it's a group of fighters, the 8th MS team, who are in, where are they on the planet? Are they in South America?
I think it looks like it's supposed to be South America. Like, I've always imagined them being somewhere, like, in the vicinity of Javaro, because it's the same kind of environment.
That was my assumption. But anyway, yes, they are on the ground. They do have Gundam units, and their leader is Shinji something, right?
I think it's Shinji.
Yeah, you can look it up. But
yeah, Ogawa.
Shinji Ogawa. Okay, and so Shinji is like this new commander. He's like, this is his first command. The series starts with an episode set pretty much entirely in space, where he goes out to rescue a friendly pilot who later becomes part of his team and is a really cool character.
Yeah, and it has one of my favorite action scenes in all of Gundam, which is he's piloting a ball.
Yes.
Which is great.
Yes, the ball is it's a mobile suit that doesn't do a lot of fighting.
It's the Gundam Wiki technically puts it as a mobile pod.
Yes.
It's not a mobile suit. It's not a mobile armor. It's a mobile pod.
And the enemy pilot is, and I'm forgetting the name of the female lead of this series now.
Aina.
Aina, yes. So is a woman named Aina who fights with Zeon, and they wind up like stranded in the wreckage of this ship. And they're enemies, but like Shinji points out, like if we don't work together, we're going to die on this ship, and that won't help anyone. So they work together, they get out of this situation, they go their separate ways, but she leaves her like locket special watch with him, and it's heavily implied they have like fallen in love. And so 8th MS team is Gundam in the jungle, it's Gundam in Vietnam, it is also Romeo and Juliet by way of Gundam. Yeah. And with all that said, though, Romeo and Juliet is a tragedy. Vietnam is very tragic. This is not a kill 'em all Tomino series. Like, it is a series where people tend to live. It does not go for the gut as much as other Gundam shows. That's part of what makes it feel a little more 90s to me, in addition to, like, the animation style and stuff. But it has style to spare. The score is done by the great Kohei Tanaka, who we love from the Gravity Rush soundtracks. Yep. And you can tell it's him because he has such crazy orchestration. It's got an amazing theme song. I fucking love that 8th MS team theme song.
Yes, that's the song that on the Gundam Versus game, that is the song that I chose as the like main menu music because it's very good.
It gets you pumped, This one I almost wish was a full-length anime because I wanted more of like what the first 6 episodes are, which is Gundams in the jungle doing different Vietnam-style combat missions, because that just like... I didn't know I needed the image of a Gundam standing up out of the jungle or like walking through like water and stuff, but I did, and it's amazing because it's kind of like the first 6 or 7 episodes are episodic, and then it becomes very serialized to like finish the story. It's all very good. It has a weird final episode that's very much like an epilogue.
Yeah.
And I thought it was an interesting idea, not perfectly executed, but the main 11 are so good, and it builds to the 2-parter that is like the big finale is probably the best Gundam action sequence out there that I've seen in all of this, because it's the one with, you've got the figure right here, this big custom goof that comes out that is like Aina's right-hand man is piloting it.
Who is named Norris Packard.
Fucking hell, Sean. These names.
They're very good.
And Norris Packard is just a great character. And that fight, just like, if I were to pick one, I don't know if it's the absolute best, but I guess if I were to say, if I picked one Gundam fight to summarize what I like about Gundam action, I would pick that one.
Yeah, because he's got a giant Gatling gun that's like just bolted onto the end of his shield, and then he's also basically got a giant grappling hook in the Goof's arm, and so he is using like basically these like kind of guerrilla urban warfare tactics in this mobile, because it's just him fighting a bunch of like gun tanks and ground Gundams and GMs and this like whole assortment of kind of the ragtag Earth Federation forces that are a little bit beaten up by that point, and he's just kind of like he's just fucking them up, and it's really It's kind of like a fully extended like version of the fight scene in Garma Falls, where Amuro is fighting Char and a couple of the other Zaku's in like the destroyed wreckage of like New York City, wherever they are.
Yeah, but it's a great series. I recommend it as well. At this point, I was like texting Sean and being like, what black voodoo magic are they using to make every one? Again, I've done 4 different decades. How are they all this fucking good?
Yeah.
What is in the water for this series? And part of it is I know I'm watching OVAs that have like 8th MS Team. The poor people who watched this when it came out, there were like, because the director died halfway through the series, so that series took like 3 years to come out, and there were giant, like that final 2-parter I think had a 6-month gap, which would be fucking torturous given the cliffhanger that ends on.
Yeah.
But the upside of that is that they got all the time in the world to make it as good as it could be.
Yeah, and the animation is gorgeous. And the team that made the animation for the 08th MS Team is also, they made cutscenes for a like PS2 Mobile Suit Gundam game that's set like through the events of the original series.
I have those cutscenes.
Yeah, so they reanimated a lot of the iconic, like they're very brief. It's probably about 8 minutes total of footage across all the cutscenes, but you get some nice shots of like Amuro getting to the Gundam that are animated at the quality that way the MS Team is animated, and that is very nice to have.
Very, very cool. And then the final one I watched of this batch is also my favorite.
Okay, yeah.
And that is Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and I rewatched this after you talked about it so much because for whatever reason, the first time I watched it, it didn't. I might have, because it came out literally as I finished my Gundam watch through, so I might have been a little bit Gundam fatigued. Rewatching it, it is fucking amazing.
It is fucking amazing. It's unfinished, we should say.
Yes.
So it is an ONA series.
An original net animation.
Because Thunderbolt is a, at this point, long-running manga series. And we'll talk about the manga in a second. The ONA is, it means that they released it online, obviously. They were shorter, like 15 to 20-minute episodes. Don't bother with those. There are movies that they've compiled, and they're not compilations in that they, like, cut a bunch of stuff. They literally just sewed them all together.
Yeah.
And it's 2 movies right now. Mobile Suit Gundam Thunderbolt December Sky and Thunderbolt Bandit Flower. One is 70 minutes, one is 90 minutes, but they're both just good movies. And if you told me that they were just done as movies, you would never know that like they were actually episodic at some point. So those are how you can watch those easily. And it is probably when I say favorite, I want to be clear. These are all like A+ anime series. So it's just down to like what tickles my fancy most.
Yeah.
And Thunderbolt, if you know me, is like, it's so made for me. It is so synesthetic because the whole show is built around music. And this is right out of the manga. There's 2 main characters, and it all takes place in the Thunderbolt sector, which is the ruins of Side 4, where because of the specific mixture of debris, there's a lot of static discharge, and so there's lightning everywhere. And you have a unit of Zeon forces who are all disabled in different ways, like they've all lost limbs in the war.
Yeah.
And the main character there is Daryl Lawrence, Ensign Daryl Lawrence, who gets promoted to Chief Petty Officer, who pilots a Zaku. And then you have the Moore Brotherhood, who are the former residents of Side 4, who are now fighting for the Federation, and their ace pilot is E.O. Fleming.
Yeah, great fucking name.
And Daryl and E.O. both listen to the radio while they pilot their mechs. And Daryl listens to oldies, so like vocal songs.
Yeah, a lot of like blues stuff.
And EO listens to free jazz. And this is all in the manga, but in the manga they can just kind of like write in some musical notes, and then there are lyrics for Daryl's songs that like kind of comment on the action going by. But for the show, they pulled out all the fucking stops, and they did fully original soundtracks with all this original jazz that is amazing. The second movie has a song called Groovy Duel that is one of my favorite jazz tracks ever, and I love jazz. It's amazing. And then they also have basically created all the songs for Daryl, which is basically they're like, what would oldies sound like in Gundamverse? Like, not literally like pulling songs from Japan in the 50s, but like making songs that like, for the people in 0079 would be like 50 years old. What are those songs? So it's really creative. And then all the action and a lot of the other scenes, there's a lot of like big montages in Thunderbolt, are scored to this diegetic music that the characters are listening to. The closest comparison stylistically is it's like Edgar Wright's Baby Driver, but for Gundam.
Yeah.
Which, if you've seen Baby Driver, a really good movie, which is about car chases and bank robberies set to this character who's always listening to his iPod. This is giant fucking mech fights set to characters listening to their music, but it's all original music. It is so stylistically unbelievable. It is an incredible achievement. but it's also the story and the characters are so good. It goes by, but it's also paced really differently.
Yeah.
Because it goes by extremely fast. There's not a lot of this is true of the manga too. The manga has very little dialogue. It is, and you can tell they're taking their cues from the manga because the manga is experiential first and foremost. Like, it is a lot of splash pages. It is a lot of chapters that are pure combat with no dialogue whatsoever. The contents of that first movie, Sean, which is only 69 minutes long, are all 3 of these volumes. And each of these is 250 pages. And this actually doesn't even get to the Abaoku stuff at the end of the first movie. So, like, you can tell, like, just the amount of effort put into the art is there, where, like, they can do, like, 20 pages of art in the comic that will then become 10 seconds of the show. Because you have things like this is a constant in this, is this kind of art. And it's all, it's manga, it's black and white. A lot of it reminds me of Frank Miller's Sin City, because it's got this, like, really high contrast. Like, you can kind of see it, Sean, here on, like, the buildings. That reminds me of how Frank Miller does, like, the noir black and white. It's really cool. And then for the show, it's a very faithful adaptation, but it's really fast paced because I think the manga kind of demands that. And so it's absolutely breathless, but it is also really poignant. The second movie, I think, is a little weaker than the first just because it's setting up longer-term arcs and isn't as self-contained. The first movie is a totally self-contained thing that basically tells this story about 2 guys who sacrifice everything for this feud and at the end are left with nothing. And the kicker of that first movie, where it shows the Battle of Abaoku and Daryl Lawrence, who has sacrificed all his limbs to pilot this psychic Zaku,
the Psycho Zaku,
which he doesn't have anymore, and now he can't pilot a normal Zaku and is in trouble. And then Io, who has become a POW and is beat to shit, and both of their girlfriends are either dead or have been, like, gone crazy. Like, it is dark as sin. It is easily one of the more ruthless Gundam things I've seen. Like, it really embodies those ethos of, like, the middle portion of, like, the original Gundam of, like, everyone's going to fucking die.
Yeah.
And I fucking love it. And now I've read these first 3 volumes of the manga, which I got, and I can't wait to read more because the manga is well beyond, obviously, where the show is. The last movie came out in 2017, and they haven't said whether they're doing any more. I really hope the anime comes back at some point.
Me too, yeah.
Because it would be a fucking sin to leave that unfinished. At the very least, though, the manga is still going strong. It's by Yasuo Otagaki, and it is very much worth seeking out. Sean, you would fucking love this.
Yeah, and it's cool because it is also one of the rare Gundam manga that is getting, like, good official English releases, because there's lots of, like, big Gundam manga throughout the life of Gundam as a franchise. Most of it, stuff like Crossbone Gundam, which was written by Yoshiki Tomino and is effectively like a sequel to Double Zeta Gundam and Gundam F91, that has never gotten an official English release. And, like, so some of, like, if you're an English language Gundam fan and you want to read some of the manga, you have to usually go by, like, weird scanlations online and stuff like that. So it's very cool that Thunderbolt is getting this kind of nice release over here.
Yeah, because it's Viz, but it's Viz's signature line, which means the books are oversized. They've got all the color pages in there. They're a little pricier, but, not outside the realm of normal for manga, and very, very good. Thunderbolt just has such an identity of its own. Like, it is such its own unique thing. Even though it's in the 1 year war, it feels like the most different from all this other. Even though all of these are very different shows, Thunderbolt is just out on a fucking limb, and I love it to death. And I also like that this show doesn't care about continuity in the slightest. There's a Gundam introduced in the second arc called the Atlas Gundam that, like, if that thing existed, Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta, like, none of them could happen.
Oh, yes, no, yeah. The Atlas Gundam is much more sophisticated than the Gundam Mark II for the beginning of Zeta Gundam. Like, it's, ridiculous.
But I love that it's, but at a certain point, like, you couldn't tell these stories if you didn't just go ahead and do it, so why the hell not?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't
If
affect
continuity really bothers you, it's alternate universe. Go with it, Like, you can find a way to enjoy it. Because also, it does not do any intersections with Char and Amuro and all that stuff, which helps it kind of be its own thing.
But it is, like, although you do have, like, that one scene for the anime at the beginning, for episode 4, where they're at Abawaku, and you, like, see, like, they're not doing, like, the exact shots or whatever from the show, but you see, like, oh, that's a G-Fighter, that's the Zeong, presumably Char is in that thing, that's maybe Sailus flying around in the G-Fighter, even though, if you're going by the movies, the G-Fighter technically shouldn't exist. But, again, continuity in Gundam, depending on which versions you're going by, are different. But yeah, that's one thing that is fun about Thunderbolt is it does give you a different perspective on, like, either without Baoku, those specific events, or just like things going on in the world of Gundam during the 1 Year War. Like the idea of them being from the Federation people being people from Side 4, which is the side that the Battle of Loom happened at. That's the side where the space colony that was used in the colony drop, that's where that colony was from. So they suffered like maybe more than anybody else in the opening phases of the war.
It's a show about deeply broken people.
Yeah, and it uses the setting and like knowledge of the context of the 1 Year War really smartly.
It does, and it is like I said, it is the most experiential Gundam series because it is all about what it's like to be in the midst of war. Like literally, the big fight that concludes the first run of Thunderbolt in the anime is the last volume and a half. It's like 400 pages is just that battle. It's cut down a little bit in the anime for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But like it never loses steam. Like the first half of that battle is each chapter just kind of goes to a different character and does little stories. Like one story is just a 30-page chapter about one of the kids who is put in the GMs, and spoiler, fucking dies badly at the end.
Yep.
All his
There's
friends.
a lot of dead children in that.
A lot of dead. It's oh my god, it is amazing. Manga or anime, seek it out. The anime will you'll get to the end of episode 2 and then be like, wait, where's the rest of this? It's so good.
Yeah, the first section of Thunderbolt for the anime also has one of my favorite shots in any Gundam anime, which is it's a like first person shot from a Xeon pilot fighting the full armor Gundam that EO is piloting, and the full armor Gundam is just zooming all over the place like too fast for the pilot to catch up with, and it like captures that sense very viscerally of what it would have to feel like to be a normal mobile suit pilot fighting an ace pilot in like a high quality mobile suit like that. Of like, you have to imagine that's what everybody who fought Amuro in the last sections of Mobile Suit Gundam, they went through that exact same shit. Only on top of that, Amuro was like partially psychic, and so they would shoot at him and he would just like magically dodge them. They're like, what the fuck? I'm so fucked. Like, you're so fucked in that situation.
Thunderbolt also, like, this is actually interesting. None of these shows do any new type stuff, really.
Yeah.
Like, Thunderbolt, they say, there's one line where someone's like, is Daryl a new type? And they never bring it up again. And it's just like a kind of offhand comment. 8th MS team doesn't have any of that. War in the Pocket doesn't have any of that. Gundam The Origin, they talk about it, but obviously it's not a thing yet because no one's met Amuro, or I guess Lala is there in The Origin.
Yes, they show him in meeting Lala for the first time.
Which is a really good scene.
Yeah.
But that's also just, it's nice to be, I don't mind the new type stuff, but it's cool to have shows where it's like, that's not a factor.
Yeah, because it is, and this will be something to talk about with the compilation movies. There's something very nice about having Universal Century Gundam stuff, particularly from the perspective of someone who's seen all of it, that doesn't have to deal with new type stuff because it can be so all-encompassing when new type pops in.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's one of the nice things about the spin-offs, for sure. Because this is also true of, like, almost all of the alternate universe Gundam shows do not have... there's one that literally has new types. There's a couple that have a kind of new type equivalents. Several of them, like Iron-Blooded Orphans, have nothing that are like new types at all. And so that's one of the nice things about other Gundam shows is that they can do some of the stuff that 0079 did for most of its run, which is more of a normal story about more normal soldiers in a big conflict than the new type stuff that I like, but it can be so all-encompassing when it pops in.
Yeah. It's one of those things that very much depends on how it's handled.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's all the Gundam I have mainlined. And Sean, just those 5 shows I've seen now are all 10 out of 10, amazing, wonderful anime. I have bought fucking books. I have downloaded a lot of anime. I have all the soundtracks for these 2 because the 2 Thunderbolt albums are so good. Download those if you haven't. They're amazing.
Yeah, because Gundam is a franchise that, in my opinion, is like really consistently high quality. For like, it has obviously dips as any 40-year-old franchise would have, but generally it's really good. One thing that is always good about Gundam is the music. Like, even the bad Gundam shows have great music,
which is amazing because I think these 5 shows are all 5 different composers.
Yes, they are. Yeah,
like that's amazing too. Usually, when you have a show that is long running with good music, you have like a one or a set of composers. You don't have; they just happen to find great people every time, and always they're just on the same page. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's one of the weird things that is like just has always been amazing in Gundam. Like, even Gundam shows that I don't particularly love, like a Gundam Wing, or ones that I think are actually bad, like Seed to Destiny, still have fucking amazing soundtracks that I listen to all the time.
So that's exciting for me to hear, because that tells me that there's something worthwhile, even if I eventually get into the dark patches.
Yes, no. And there's only, the dark patches are very brief.
Right.
It's mostly Seed Destiny and Gundam Fighters, Build Fighters Try, which that is the only one that I'm like, definitely, there's no reason to watch. Even like Seed Destiny at least has some like bad, good stuff in it.
And I'm still deep in Universal Century, so that's way off for me.
Yes, yeah.
All right, but Sean, that is all the Gundam I've watched, and then I was ready to circle back around, and I was really excited at this point to watch the movies, because I was like, now that I've seen all the other One Year War stuff, I'm really excited to like re-digest the show, and like, I'm not going to watch all of it again, but the movies, the main story there, in this new form, I was really excited, and now transitioning to the movies, I was not disappointed.
Yeah, no, I have never seen the movies like properly all the way through. I had like sort of skipped through them to see some of the new scenes, and out of curiosity, like, where do the movies begin and end? Like, how do they change some things up? But I had never just sort of sat down and said, hit play on the movie, let's watch this all the way through. And I was really satisfied. Like, I was pretty shocked at how good these movies are.
They're really good. Here's what I've been trying to like figure out what my critical line on them is, Sean. And I think my line is, for the unbelievably difficult task of taking 43 episodes, which would be about 20 hours of content, and making 6 hours of content out of it, these are not only, I think, as good as they could possibly be, I think in the case of the third movie in particular, they're better than you would ever expect.
Yeah.
Like, I think the first and second movies have some things where I feel like this didn't work, or I wasn't a huge fan of this. Well, overall, I'm very impressed by them. The third movie is just, if I was just taking it on the ranks of a movie, it's one of my favorite animated movies ever. That third movie is the part where I would say that goes pretty toe-to-toe with the show. The first and second, I prefer the show versions, but there's a lot of compelling ways they tie it together. And I think the most impressive thing is they work as movies, especially the first and third. The second, I feel like there's a tension where that movie kind of is two movies.
Yeah, it sort of is the Odessa Day stuff, and then it's Dublin and Jobro, and they kind of...
Yeah.
Which, for whatever reason, in my memory, I thought that they had cut the Dublin stuff almost entirely from the movie. It's like, nope, they do the entire Miharu. Like, they do both of those episodes are almost in there in their entirety.
Yeah. But I was really fascinated by where they move things around, how they kind of subtly alter arcs just through editing, how they more unsubtly alter things through new animation, new voice acting, new scenes. And then the third movie doesn't change as much as I think its reputation like tells us, but it does. It's the one that makes the biggest concerted effort to make a movie out of this stuff and really tie, I think, the story of Lala, Char, and Amuro, and Sayla into one solid 2.5 hour story. And that third movie is a punch to the chest. It is so good. And I think the biggest thing for me, Sean, is that, like that. So I would sat down and watch that first movie, and you get to the end, and that movie builds to the climax is the fight with Ramba Ral, the first one, and then the Sieg Zeon scene, where it's the funeral for Garma, and Giren gets everyone riled up, and they're watching it, and like, this is what we're up against. And it is so easy to understand why people went into that theater not knowing what Gundam was, and came out of that theater, and Gundam was a phenomenon.
Yes.
Because that first movie, it's not the best of the three movies, I think that's the third one, but it builds to such an effective, like, get you pumped on your way out of the theater. There's no way to walk out of that first movie, no matter your level of experience, without wanting more, right?
Yeah, and it's the thing that I think is most impressive about the compilation movies is just how much Gundam they get in there. Like, it is, like, obviously there are, my opinion has not changed that, like, absolutely watch the TV show. I think the TV show is better than the movies. Like, there's no way it wouldn't be. Like, it was designed to be the TV show. The movies are a little bit Frankenstein together in places because, you know, like, all together they're about 7 hours long, and doing 7 hours of movie quality animation released across about 9 months, that's not possible. Like, so you have to, obviously part of their mission statement was to use as much footage from the original TV animation as they could, and then do new animation to kind of help fill in all the gaps. And then,
although it also speaks to how good the animation in the show was, that it holds up.
Yeah, and as it goes, like, by the time you get to the third movie, there's a lot of new animation in the third movie. But so they're a little bit Frankenstein together. I still think the TV show is definitely the best, like, most definitive version of what I would say you should go to for Mobile Suit Gundam. But if you had no experience with it, if you had never seen the show, had no conception of it, and yeah, like you were in Japan in 1981 and you went to that movie theater and watched that first movie, like, I don't know how you wouldn't fall in love with it, because it captures so much of the heart and soul of Gundam, even if a lot of like my favorite little character beats are not in there. The core of the story and the core of the characters is absolutely represented, and the fact that they can find room to do the entirety of Amuro going home and meeting his mom and like all of that, like the fact that those kinds of moments make it into the movie, and not just that like we technically got this like story beat in here, but we let that story beat breathe, is really hugely impressive.
Because I think the secret sauce of these movies, Sean, is that they don't do all 43 episodes.
Yeah.
They're actually very careful picking and choosing, and if they're going to take stuff from an episode, they generally do as much of that episode as they can. It's not, like the first movie is roughly the first 13 episodes. It is not 13 Gundam fights cut down to 5 minutes.
Exactly, yeah.
That wouldn't work. So they do really creative stuff. Like episodes 1 and 2 are pretty much in their entirety, because I don't know how you would cut those down.
Yeah, episode 1, I think literally it's just episode 1. There's like a little bit of new animation of the Zaku coming into the colony because they have to transition out of a title card that obviously didn't exist in the TV show. But other than that, it's just the first episode of Gundam. Like, because I literally paused it as like, yep, 21 minutes have passed, and it has just been this first episode, and it's like the rest of it would have been the opening animation in the credits.
Yes.
That's like, this is just episode 1 of Gundam.
Exactly. And then, so for episodes 3 and 4, which is the episode where Char gets his new supplies,
Yeah.
and then the escape from Luna 2 episode, what they do a very clever cut where it's just, they cross-cut them, so Char gets his supplies, and they go to Luna 2, but all the conflict is removed, so it's just a breather, and then we do basically the entirety of episode 5, which is the re-entry to Earth.
Yeah.
And then from there on out, like, they basically do the beginning and ending of the Garma stuff. They don't do a lot of the in-between fights, which we love a lot of those episodes, but obviously you could not do all of them. So instead of doing a little bit of each of them, which would dilute it all, they present the stuff they want to show to its fullest extent.
Yeah.
And it's really smart. And then they also move some stuff around so it works better cinematically. But I think that's the secret sauce, is that they're not slavish to all the original content. And if they're going to present something, they're not going to neuter it so it'll fit in the movie. They will just take, like, we love the episode Time Be Still, for instance, which is
Yeah.
where the guys come in and plant all the bombs on the Gundam. Not a frame of that is in here, because it wouldn't work in a movie.
Yeah.
And that's fine. That's what the TV show's for. There's a lot of things like that. The Winds of War episode, which is the ceasefire, where they're looking for salt. I love that. Don't know how they would have cut it in here. They don't try. So I think that movie 1, which is the most just recutting the show, does a lot of that. And then movie 2 kind of continues it, although that's where you start getting new stuff. And then movie 3 is focusing on probably the shortest set of episodes.
Yeah.
And it gets to kind of go free the most. But it's just, this is a smart team, and they did it very smartly. And, it's interesting, compilation movies in anime are a very common thing that don't get talked about a lot because they're generally not very good.
Yeah, every other compilation movie I've ever seen is just like the most sort of slapped together, like, this is just a heavily compromised version of the thing you already saw in the TV show, with like 3 minutes of new animation in this like one scene, and you're like, fucking, why did I watch this? Like, what the fuck? What am I doing?
It's funny because I do think compilation movies have a weird, like, mystical appeal to American viewers because we don't get a lot of them.
Yeah.
And so, like, I just remember, for instance, when the Death Note anime was airing, they did 2 compilation movies, and a lot of Death Note fans were like, ooh, what are these? We want to see, like, we were kind of excited, like, there's new Death Note animation in theaters, but we never got those until finally they did, I think on the Blu-ray they're on there. And we didn't have that context of, like, it's not a cultural thing. Like, we don't take DuckTales or whatever our animated show is and do a compilation movie. So, like...
But yeah, or like you don't take like season 1 of Game of Thrones
No.
and recut some movie version of it and put it out in theaters, which is
Right.
something you could theoretically do something like that.
Yeah.
It just... The tradition in the market doesn't necessarily exist over here.
So I think for a lot of American viewers, it's like, ooh, what is this special thing? And the answer is, it's actually kind of disappointing. It's just there to make a quick extra buck.
Yeah, and it's and I can see there's like a certain appeal for it from like if you're a fan of, I think it is an interesting thing to do, like if like, oh, it's another vector that you can maybe introduce this thing you really like to someone you want to introduce it to. Like I can see a scenario where you're like, it's very hard for me to convince my friend to start watching a 43 episode anime series. They just don't watch anime. Maybe I can convince them to watch this 1-2 hour movie, the first Mobile Suit Gundam movie, and we can sit down and watch it together. Like, that scenario for a lot of compilation movies can kind of make sense to me.
Yeah.
But other than that, they just seem kind of pointless.
And to see it in theaters.
Yeah, sure.
To see some of the animation on the big screen would be very exciting. But this Mobile Suit Gundam trilogy occupies a really special place in that it was not a slapdash cash grab. It was fighting for the soul of the franchise.
Yeah.
Like, this is our last gasp at, we've got these toys, people like the toys, but like, we've got to prove this can work as an anime. Holy crap, because it feels like they are working to make this as good as it can be.
Yeah.
And I think that's the big difference if you've seen other compilation movies. And it really is, it does stand on its own. I would agree. I would tell you, watch the show. But if for some reason you just absolutely cannot commit the 20 hours to watch the show, I would not feel like you are getting a drastically inferior product watching the movies. They are good movies.
Yeah, you're going to have a really good time, and you will understand the fundamental core of what Mobile Suit Gundam was, even if, again, I love the TV show to death. There are lots of reasons why I would say watch the TV show, but you're not getting a tarnished Gundam experience if you're watching the movie.
And the joke will ultimately be on you because you'll get hooked and then you'll watch it all anyway.
Exactly.
So,
That definitely seems like that would probably be the most likely path. Is either you're someone that for whatever reason you just do not like it at all and then you bounce off of it, or if you do like it, you're probably going to like it a lot and then you'll immediately start watching the show. There's 14 more hours of this stuff that I haven't seen. Fuck yeah, sign me up.
It's literally what happened to the sovereign nation of Japan.
Yes. Yeah.
They were like, I don't really know if I want to watch this show. They watched the movie. Then they went back and watched the whole fucking show again in reruns and demanded more until they got way too many sequels to count. So let's break these down a little more, Sean. Do you want to just go movie by movie?
Yeah, so we have Mobile Suit Gundam, just the movie. It's just called Mobile Suit Gundam. The other ones have subtitles, but not the first one.
Mobile Suit Gundam 2 is
The
Soldiers of Sorrow.
Mobile Suit Gundam 3 Encounters in Space.
Which is a very kind of laid-back title for a very action-packed movie.
I think the Japanese title, which is, what is it? It's Meguri Ein Sora. So it's more like Fated Encounters in Space, but it's also Sora means sky in Japanese, but it's written with the characters of space. So it's this cool little stylish thing that they do in Japanese that I always think is very funny.
Nice.
But yeah, so the first movie is, you may have heard this before, it's the first 13 episodes. I mean, it's basically what I did in separating it. The separations are pretty similar to where I made divisions for this podcast. So yeah, it's 1 through 13. The main thing they do, I think the thing that I am most impressed at with movie 1, is they basically take the stretch from episode 6 through 10, which is Garma, them coming in. So episode 5 is them coming to Earth. Episode 6 is the first encounter with Garma. And then episode 10 is Garma's fate. That's where Garma dies. In the middle, you have Winds of War. Winds of War is cut out entirely. But you have Garma Strikes, episode 6. Episode 7, the core fighters escape. Episode 9, Fly Gundam. And episode 10, or not, I guess not, episode 10, Garma's fate is kind of done on its own. But those 6 through 9 are kind of all put together and remixed into one really large battle. And so instead of having, here's a number of discrete encounters between the White Base and Garma's forces, they take all of those fights that are that this is where Hayato and Kai kind of get their first chance to shine in the anime. This is where you have Garma coming in with the planes. This is where you have the Magellan attack tanks coming in from the ground. You have the Zaku's coming in. You have, in the anime, you have a full fight between Amuro and Char where they're both in free fall together. That fight is cut out, but some of the footage is reused to show Char arriving as well. And so they kind of take all those elements of some of those different fights and put them together for one big action scene in the middle of the movie, which is also where you get the majority of your new animation to kind of put everything together. And it is fucking awesome. That big middle battle is really good.
Because, one of their big strategies is, in the show, how they show Amuro developing as a pilot is every episode, it's very gradual. So, you can't point to the moment where Amuro becomes a great pilot. It just, over time, it happens. It's like ice melting, Yeah. In the movies, it's we can't do 13 battles in one movie. So let's pick a couple of battles and either expand them or just give them a lot of focus. And this is the mid-battle, second act, big action sequence to like really start putting it all together. And then they do Garma's Fate after that, and then Coming Home becomes the direct follow-up to that, which feels like very correct for movie pacing. But I agree. I think that's a really creative cut together. The biggest thing I feel is missing from episode 1 is you do lose a lot of Char needling Garma.
Yes, yeah.
Most of that's not there, and I think if you had not watched the show, I'm not sure you would know what Char is up to before he like plays his cards. Whereas in the show, it's very clear for several episodes that, wait a second, he's not actually this guy's friend. You know?
Yeah, no, because I mean, basically what happens, because I think all the compilation movies, even though I like them and I think 3 is very good, they all have the same problem, which is that there's too much fighting and there's not enough characters talking. And that problem mostly just arrives from they are trying to take a story that was originally told in 43 episodes where every single episode had some kind of fight. And there's just no way to reconfigure that without there being like 4 or 5 battle scenes per movie, which is what there are. Where normally you'd probably want to have like 2 to 3, and there's like 3 or 4 more battle scenes than what you probably actually would have if they could have just totally scrapped it and like from the ground up made movies based on like the core story. So you have just like too many different kinds of fight scenes in too much close proximity because they need to get through that kind of plot. And so you do get some of those more subtle character dynamics tend to get discarded, and that is that is the most important one from the first movie. Is yes, you do get the scene of Char in the shower and Garma outside talking to him, which is a great scene, and they kind of extend that scene a little bit more with some dialogue to kind of get a little bit more out of that one interaction between the two. But yeah, you don't get like Char fucking unplugging the communications device and like fucking it up and plugging it back in to trick Garma. Yeah, like a lot of those little tiny beats you get along the way have to get cut.
And again, these were never going to get everything we loved in the show in there. It's amazing it works as well as it does. And I do think like, again, in terms of adapting a show that is like, because Mobile Suit Gundam is a TV show.
Yeah, it's extremely episodic. Like a lot happens every single episode.
To make a movie that is as cinematically paced as it is amazing. And I think that, again, just their instinct of like, Char is sort of our first act villain who kind of brings us in. Garma is the big figure of the second act. And then the third act is all sort of picking up the pieces from what has happened so far. Very satisfying movie. Yeah. And because of that, it also gives you a little taste of everything Gundam has to offer across the sort of 3 acts of this film. And again, sends you out on that crazy high note. But yes, I think that action scene in the middle is so much fun and extremely well done. But then when Garma dies and they go, because they cut all the Isolina is in the movie, but they cut her like retaliation.
Yeah, she exists in the movie just as like a way to humanize Garma. They don't have, which is again like one of those things where it's like it's such a great episode. It's like it's sad to lose that moment of her trying to shoot at Amuro and dying and saying like I'm going to take revenge on you, and Amuro being like she wanted revenge on me. I don't even know who this lady is. Sad to lose some of those character moments, but it's the right choice.
It is, yeah, but I don't know how you couldn't make that work in here because you can't, like, the show has to introduce a foe every week, or you have a foe around every week. The movie has to, once Garma is gone, it has to recenter, and where it recenters on is like the Zabi family for the final third. Isolina would be a distraction cinematically, but I think they make the smart choice, which is they move Coming Home up. So Coming Home is episode 13. They move it before we meet Ramba Ral, before Giren gives his big Nazi speech. And so it is pretty much all of Coming Home, although some of it is reanimated. We'll talk about that. But it is also recontextualized because it's not Isolina that is the direct like impetus for and the Ramba Ral fight and all of the shell shock stuff. It is more just the sense of like being in the battle. Yeah. And I think it's interesting because it still lands the punch it needs to land. It just lands it differently. And it's really interesting because Coming Home, like the first episode, it's the whole thing.
Yes, yeah. They basically put the entire episode in there. Like they changed the end fight a little bit to get Matilda to come in. But other than that, it is that episode.
Matilda to come in and he doesn't get in the Gundam. He just stays in the core fighter, which I actually kind of like a little more, because him just being in the core fighter, being more directly gunning people down, lands a little more viscerally. And I think if they didn't have to include the Gundam in every episode of the show, that's probably would have been their instinct making it.
It is that kind of thing where it's like, when that happened, and I was like, is that how it happened in the TV show? Because it was that thing of like, I had to go back and look a little bit at episode 13 to be like 100% sure, because it is the thing that it feels like that's what they would have wanted to do, but they basically had to put the Gundam in every single episode.
Yeah.
So they had to have him be in the Gundam over there, but like that sequence of him attacking the Xeon base in the movie, I do prefer that version of that scene as opposed to the TV version.
Yeah. Which, hey, improving on one of the best episodes of the show. You know, if that was all it did,
yeah,
worth it, right? Mm-hmm. So you have that, and then kind of bringing us back for turning the first Rambaral attack into the action climax works better than I would have thought, and I think it's just because that's such a good episode.
Yes, yeah, and it feels like one of the main motivations for doing that was because ending it with the Zeke Xeon scene, it was 100% like the best choice they could have made in adapting the first set of episodes.
Yes, and yeah, having Rambaral send us into that, like teasing, because that ending is all about putting the hooks in the viewer so that they are hooked for the next movie. And I think the dual punch of Sheik Xeon and also meeting Rambaral, seeing the goof for the first time, and having Amuro get his ass kicked, and being like, oh shit, there is a much bigger threat on the horizon, and they've got a giant Nazi army.
Yeah.
Cut to credits. Holy crap, give me the next movie right fucking now.
Yeah, it's a great ending. I do think there's there's a little bit of messiness of having to flip those episodes, in that I think Amuro's thing from that episode, which that's the episode where he's like completely shell-shocked, and it's where that great shot of him sitting, like cradling his knees in his bed with his eyes vacant, and Ryu has to like literally drag him into the Gundam. That scene doesn't make as much sense to me coming home as opposed to before it. Obviously, that like I'm like 95% sure that the people making this movie knew that this is a slightly awkward way to order these events,
because they try to recontextualize it, where they bring in a little flashback of the mother and try to make it I've bought it because I think it works on its own terms well enough. Does it work as well as in the context of the show? No, but I was impressed that they were able to give just enough of a sprinkling of obviously the mother stuff would scar him. The shell shock thing doesn't line up as well as it does when it's the Isolina thing that did it. No. But given that's not what the footage was originally done for, impressive.
Yeah, it is like someone had a really smart idea, because it's the moment where, at the beginning of that, in the episode, is at the beginning, where Amuro's sitting on the floor tinkering with some dumb Gundam part, wearing like a fucking wife beater and jeans, and Fraubo comes in to give him his food. And it's actually and one of the interesting things about it, how it's sort of used in the movie, is it feels like because it's the first time Amuro eats anything for the whole movie. Presumably he's eaten something off screen at some time, but it's the ongoing Amuro having trauma and depression. He just doesn't eat almost ever. And so it's a running thing of the first time Fraubo comes into his room, before you even see Amuro, she looks at food that's on the table and says, "God, he hasn't even eaten yet." So in that episode, Amuro gets up and eats some bread, and while he's eating the bread, they put in a flash to him thinking about the shocked look on his mother's face after he just blasted that fucking Xeon dude.
I also really like structurally that we meet Amuro on the floor tinkering with his toys, and Fraubo comes in and badgers him about eating, and we end on Amuro on the floor tinkering with his toys, and Fraubo comes in, but the context is so different. I think that's also just a structurally and I think that sold me more than anything else, is that it coming at the end of the movie and being this link between the beginning and end of the film is very dynamic filmmaking.
Yeah, I think probably what I wish they would have done with that last episode was, or with the Rambaral episode, is just kind of take out the stuff of Amuro being totally vacant and Ryu dragging him in to the cockpit, and you'd have to stitch things together and reanimate a little bit, because that's part of why he gets his ass kicked, is his head's not in the fight. But I think that's the main thing that feels a little bit of this kind of messy leftover part from the TV show, because otherwise there are lots of cool parallels between the beginning and the ending that they find in those two episodes.
And of course we're coming at this from the standpoint of having seen the show, in your case 3 full times.
Yes, yeah.
So I would bet that it would work for someone who hadn't seen the show. They might not even realize that there's something up there. So, again, with what they had, incredibly well done. Better than it has any fucking right to be.
Yes, yeah. There's a few other interesting things from this section, because going back to Coming Home, I was just reminded of in the show when Amuro shoots that guy, they give a line to one of the other people in that tent who leans down to him and it's like, he's hurt, but he's not dead yet, and as a way of being our 15-year-old protagonist definitely didn't just murder a guy with a pistol. That's not something we could just do. In the movie, that guy has a totally different line. Revealing something I had always supposed, which is in my head, that animation, when the animation was done, there was not that line in the episode, and eventually it had to get put in, they had to rip the script out of Tonyo's fucking cold hands. No, Amuro murdered that guy because he's killed dozens of people at this point. It's ridiculous to have that hypocrisy, but of course, in the TV show they couldn't do it. In the movie they got away with it, and that's good.
Reminds me of the original Dragon Ball Z dub on Cartoon Network, where it's one of the early episodes where Nappa is shooting all the guys out of the sky, and Master Roshi looks at him and says, "Don't worry, I can see their parachutes."
Yes. Yeah, it's a similar thing of just you can't just murder people like this, blatantly on what is presumably a kid's show. And Tomino said, "Oh, is that a challenge?"
Tomino said, "Hold my beer."
Yes, just wait until I can make some of my later shit. Just wait until I'm making lots of money for you guys. Then you'll see how many people you'll let me kill on television.
All right. Movie 2, I think, is the roughest.
Yeah, I think, because I think I did enjoy movie 2 more than movie 1, but I think part of that is I did stop watching movie 2 halfway through and then watch the second half the next day, effectively turning it into 2 movies, because that is what it is.
Yeah, because I did it in one long sitting,
yeah.
And I was very antsy by the end. It's got all of the same qualities we said with movie 1. I think it just, ideally, this would have probably been a 4-movie series if they could have gotten away with it, because I feel Odessa needs to be the end of a movie. That's such a... Because they also have to cut all of the Odessa fight, and I think that's the most awkward edit in any of these movies, is what they do to avoid showing the Odessa fight, because if you show that fight, it's the end of the movie. It's a climax, you can't go past it, so they kind of try to cut around it. I think the second half is really artfully done in terms of condensing all the Northern Ireland and Jaburo stuff together. And it ends where it needs to end, because the third movie needs to have that structure of being all the space stuff and all the Lala stuff at once. But I think it's a little rough in terms of including that much. And the other thing is, this is the movie where I think they overdo the new type stuff.
Yes, because at the end of the first movie, you get a new scene with Matilda where she says the term new type, and she says that to Bright. And so in the movies, I think that's the only time it's said in the first movie, but they introduced the term near the end of the first movie. In movie 2, it is all over the place.
New type this, new type that. New type. Are you a new type? I'm a new type. You're a new type. Sayla's a new type. Everyone's a new type. New type, new type. It's so constant without there being the... movie 3 has a little more of the new type dialogue, but that's also where the new type stuff is.
Yeah, that's where you have Amuro as clearly a new type. He's doing crazy psychic shit, and he's fighting a psychic lady named Lala, who is also clearly a new type. Yeah. So it's them saying new type is fine because you're doing all the trippy psychic stuff. In movie 2, it's just a lot of making explicit some things that were kind of implied in the TV show, which is the white base is being used as a test bed by the Earth Federation for new weapons, and then here very explicitly as these people might be new types. Let's figure out what the fuck that means. So let's kind of throw them into dangerous situations and stuff. Which there are scenes that imply some of that stuff in the TV show. There are multiple new scenes with General Revel in movie 2 that just have him say it explicitly 2 or 3 times.
And some of that I like. Some of those ideas I think are interesting. The problem is, when they do it in movie 3, they're building upon a foundation that exists. And so I actually like a lot of it because I think it helps build the scaffolding up around it. In movie 2, the new type stuff isn't actually there. So I feel you either have to keep it at the fringes or you have to ignore it entirely, which is what... They don't not ignore it, but not bring it to the text, just leave it as subtext, which is what the show does. I think movie 2 just gets over its skis on that. And it also has a few too many moments that does the thing that I'm glad the show never did, which is implying Amuro's talent is due solely to him being a new type.
Yeah.
And because they just directly, they keep making that causality. Well, of course you can do this, you're a new type. but that's not what makes Amuro interesting. If that's the case, I don't give a fuck. Like, that's...
Yeah.
If that's all it is, then, that's like the worst version of, like, midi-chlorians in Star Wars, if you took the, like, bad reading of that, or if George Lucas went on. Like, imagine on Star Wars Episode 3, where they're going around being like, his midi-chlorian count is really high. That's why he's a great Jedi. Oh my god, is my midi-chlorian count really high? Your midi-chlorian count is off the chart. Like, that would be annoying, right?
Uh-huh.
If they bring it up once, we both kind of like midi-chlorians. If you say it a million times, shut up. So movie 2 has a little of that. All the stuff that's good in that set of episodes, good here. And I think, other than that it's a little awkwardly paced, it is still a very impressive condensation, and we can get into that. Like, they keep all my favorite Ron Baral stuff, so we'll get into that. But I do think, ultimately the new type stuff in this trilogy paid off for me, because I think the third movie, some of the extra stuff they add contextualizes the Lala-Amuro relationship even more for me, and I really love what a beautiful, like, vision of an evolved humanity is painted there. So I completely understand why Tomio and company wanted to build it up in the first two movies. I just think the second movie goes a little too hard on it. I could have used maybe half as much.
Yeah, I think if they had waited to introduce the term new type, like, in the second half of this movie, I think that would have been around the right place of, like, after Ron Baral has been taken care of. Because also, I think one of the biggest issues is that then Amuro hears and uses the term new type way too early.
Yeah.
Which means that you just can't do one of my favorite little Amuro moments from the TV show, which is when Sayla calls him a new type, and Amuro doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. It's like, new type? I don't know. People always call me old-fashioned. He closes the cockpit. And so losing that moment is like, you can't. I love that fucking little scene so much.
There might be no better moment to sum up Amuro's personality.
Yes, exactly. He's such a sweet little idiot. Yeah, and so him, because he just starts to think about him or wonder about himself in terms of new typeness way too early for me, and it's frustrating. And so that's like one of the issues with, and it's always the thing that, like, of like having skipped around these movies, it was a thing that, like, kind of irked me a lot of, like, especially again, like, I love Zeta Gundam, Double Zeta, and Char's Counterattack, but there's so much new type stuff in it. Like, it's basically, like, the way I would... A good reference point I would have for it is Mobile Suit Gundam 0079, in the context of the rest of Universal Century Gundam, feels like the Saiyan saga in the Namek saga of Dragon Ball, where it's like, Super Saiyan is on the horizon and they start slowly building it up, but it's nice to have a big, good chunk of, like, this kind of stuff without Super Saiyan, because as soon as Super Saiyan gets dropped, everything has to be Super Saiyan, because that's a new baseline. So Zeta Gundam and Double Zeta and Char's Counterattack are awesome, but you can, once you've sort of, like, spilled the new type milk, you can't put it back in the bottle. Like, everything has to be, like, used in reference to this concept of new type that we all know about because we've seen the show or we've seen the movies before Zeta Gundam. And so sprinkling it all throughout the movies kind of feels like, I don't know, like the Lord Slug movie or something, where it's like you're trying to do Super Saiyan stuff when we're not ready to do Super Saiyan stuff. Like, let's have fun with everybody being able to have normal hair, and it doesn't have to be big and blonde. Like, we don't have to have everybody having psychic visions very explicitly at this point.
Exactly. I think it's a good comparison. But let's talk about what this movie does well. I was really surprised at how well it captures the Ron Baral arc.
Yeah.
Stuff is definitely cut, but it's harder to pinpoint here than with the Garma stuff. I think they're very sly about it. And you still get the full arc of Amuro going out on his own. You get some really good new animation where he doesn't hide the Gundam in an abandoned building. He buries it in the sand.
Yes, yeah, it's a really good shot.
Really good shot.
In his, like, cloak.
Yes.
Yeah.
This movie has two insert songs. One is, I forget what it's called. The other one is the Soldiers of Sorrow song, which we played as our theme song this week, that gets played in several battles. The other one, it's like Winds of Hope or something.
Yeah.
And it's where, and it plays a couple times, but it starts with, like, this Western harmonica, and it's this very, like, song about loneliness, and that plays there where he's, like, burying the Gundam in the sand and then, like, walking off to the town. That's just a great piece of animation that you could tell, like, you probably couldn't have pulled that off on TV because it looks expensive.
Yeah, and one of, like, consistently one of my favorite things about these movies is the new music.
Yeah, it's really
good.
good.
And the insert songs and some of the new music done, I assume it was probably the same composer, because it's, like, very much fits with the soundtrack from the original show.
I have acquired all the soundtracks, and they're really cool. The insert songs are all by Daisuke Inoue, who did not perform on the original show. So that's another thing that I think helps the movie stand out, is that the music is in a similar style to the show, but it's different and it gives a different color and flavor to the scenes, as well as helping connect them cinematically, because the soundtrack does a lot of the heavy lifting for the edit.
Yeah.
And I think that means, like, whether you've seen the show or not, this is a really valid standalone version of this, because if you've seen the show, these are worth watching because it really gives you a different flavor on those scenes. I think the insert songs do that. The new music does that. Really cool stuff, and I think that insert song's great. We still get the full version of the scene in the town with Ramba Ral and Hamon and them finding Amuro and finding interest in him, and then with Fraubo there. They cut out all the stuff with Makuve and the mines.
Yeah, Makuve is all, like, he's in a couple of scenes. There's no new animation with him because they've cut him almost entirely out of the story, which makes sense.
Yes, because he's also cut out of movie 3.
Yeah.
Because it would be like one antagonist too many. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think it makes sense. They condense it. They really make Ramba Ral the focus of these episodes. But we get, like I said, that full scene in the diner. We get the full big fight scene with him and the Gundam, which still is probably my favorite fight in the original Gundam.
Yep, you still get some of those great money shots of fucking... Like, I nobody will ever be as manly as Ramba Ral with his hands just pushing molten metal out of the way when his cockpit's been cut open. And then Amuro cutting the hands of the goof off. Like, all that stuff is there.
And we get, it's condensed, but we do get the big attack that Ramba Ral leads, the, like, guerrilla attack on the white base, him dying for Sayla. They've done, I should say, a lot of good work through these 3 movies, I think, of cleaning up the Char-Sayla exposition.
Yeah.
So that it's a little more unified and clear. Like, she says Casval in the first movie.
There is no, like, their first meeting in episode 2 is much more ambiguous in the TV show, whereas when they redo that scene for the movie, it is very explicitly clear that they both know who the other person is.
Yes, which I think... I'm fine with that scene in the show. For a movie, you've got to just give that motivation and go.
Yeah.
So they do that. They add a little bit of detail, I think, with the scene where he sees Sayla on the ship. So we see a little more of their origins. Because some of this is also, you just want to pull a little bit of weight off of the big scene in movie 3. So that scene can breathe more and doesn't have to do all the exposition.
And also because one thing is they basically do every single important Char-Sayla scene. So none of that stuff gets cut. So it gets kind of lifted in the edit, which is smart. Also, I think, like, an interesting choice of something that I would not have thought they would have done is movie 2 opens with and basically does the entire Sayla's Agony episode, which is the episode where she takes the Gundam. That's the beginning of movie 2, which is like centers the movie on some of that stuff in a way that, like, this movie is not necessarily about, but, like, the trilogy of movies kind of lifts the Sayla Char stuff into kind of a slightly higher level of importance than they are in the TV show. And so there's something cool about the movie starting that way and kind of making you think about those characters.
I agree, because then one of the pieces of the climax of movie 2 is their second meeting.
Yes.
So again, bookending, very smart. Yes, I agree, because Sayla doesn't... You lose the G-Fighter stuff, which makes me sad, but Sayla is very important in these movies, and if anything, elevated, because so little of her stuff is cut.
Yeah, because most of the other characters get a lot of their little moments. You know, and, like, I think one character that suffers a lot in the movies is Ryu. Doesn't have nearly as much stuff to do because he's not ever really critical to a major plot line, so all of his little character moments get cut.
They even kind of fess up to that in the way they move around the deaths and give Matilda sort of first billing on the middle movie death stuff, which is smart because Matilda matters more in the movies. But yeah, I missed Ryu a little bit.
Yeah, so some of those characters like Ryu get kind of knocked down a peg, but it then, like, by sort of, like, negative space or something, characters like Sayla get lifted up even higher.
The Sayla stuff, the Sayla's Agony episode also has an alternate version of the scene where she asks the captured soldier.
Yeah, all the dialogue's different.
It's really good. I prefer that scene to the TV show as well, where she doesn't do it covertly. She does it in front of everyone and just acts like she's interested in the Akai Suisei, the Red Comet.
Yeah.
And she's like, who is that guy? Is he still around? Is he alive? And everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about, Sayla? It's a really good scene.
Yeah, I will say that I forget his name, but, like, Akuz or Kozin, whichever one of the Ramba buddies it is, he knows way too much about what's been happening to Char. Like, it's a little bit messy in that way of, like, I mean, that's partially there because we know a little bit less about what's happened to Char in the movies than we did in the TV show. So it makes sense that they kind of give him a little bit more extra dialogue there, but it is also like, How do you know all of this about Char? Like, holy shit, dude. You're, like, really tuned in.
He's a fanboy.
Yeah, it's like, you know everything about him joining, like, the Cassilia Corps and, like, all of that. It's all exposed for you.
I think it's in Thunderbolt Volume 1. One of the title pages for the manga has... I gotta show this to you because it's so good. It's a, like, fake version of a Xeon newspaper or news magazine. And it, I can't find it, but it's really funny. And it has all these, like, different, it's like a propaganda newspaper. And I can just imagine, like, Char having his own issue. And, like, Kozun is back in his base, like, in his bunk, like, reading the Char issue and being like, man, this guy's awesome. He took out 3 ships at Loom.
Yeah. So Kozun, big fan of
Char.
Yeah.
Yes. But anyway, but the middle part of the movie, like after Ram Baral dies, is interesting because they move around so much stuff. I was getting a little discombobulated. It's not the movie's fault. It's just that I had watched the TV series so recently. I was like, wait, this goes there and this goes there, but they've moved it all around. I think it's effective.
Yeah, I think it's the right choice, and it's one of those things that kind of helps elevate these compilation movies is that they are not afraid to just like completely recontextualize what are really important events in the TV show. So one is they've added like a lot of the new footage in movie 1 and the first half of movie 2 is new stuff with Matilda. Most of the new footage is all like fight stuff. That's where the vast majority of like new animation is in. The new character animation is mostly Matilda stuff and General Revel stuff. So Matilda is another one of those characters that both because they've added in some new scenes of her talking about like new type stuff, and because almost none of her stuff has been cut. If almost nothing is cut. Sometimes scenes are moved around, but they're still in the movies. So she is elevated up a more because there's just relative to the rest of the runtime of the movies, there's way more time spent on Matilda than there was in the TV show. So they put all the stuff of the Black Tri-Stars and Matilda's death, they put that in front of when Ryu dies and when Hamon comes in. So that happens afterwards, kind of with the Battle of Odessa, which is a really cool switching around. That also then means that they don't at all do any of the stuff of Bright collapsing and him not being captain and Mirai taking over. And so there's some really smart editing they do. Like it would be like, it's a fun thing to kind of look at these scenes and be like, oh, they took this bit of footage of like, so they still have the shot of Mirai looking up at Matilda and like getting this weird look on her face and now it's actually fully just contextualized this new type stuff of her having presumably some premonition of what's going to happen to Matilda. All that stuff is done, but it's been cut in such a way to make it feel like it's still happening in a room with Captain Bright there. And so the way they cut some of those scenes together is very smart to have Bright be in those scenes when in the TV show he was not there, but they don't reanimate most of those scenes.
Exactly. If there is one character who I think suffers in the movies, it probably is Captain Bright.
Yeah.
If we're just because like Ryu does, but Ryu is not a main character. If we're looking at like the 5 or 6 biggest leads, Bright probably gets the biggest like reduction in pay grade here.
Yeah, definitely.
It's still good. You know, it's still, you've got the character and you've still got Hirotaka Suzuoki doing awesome work, but like Bright would not leave as big an impression on you in this.
Yeah, that's one of the things that like in a hypothetical 4-movie version where they could expand some of the Rama Rao stuff and then expand the Dublin Jobro stuff, that's like, that would be the space where you could put a lot of good Bright stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, they end up, because of the way they reorder events, Bright definitely gets kind of shoved into the background more.
Yeah. I did think how they recontextualize Odessa is a little clumsy because it basically falls on the narrator to explain that this is not one big attack, but like an ongoing campaign that they are fighting in, but we never go see the front lines.
Yeah.
And it also means you lose the entire Odessa Day episode. You don't get the cool thing with like the nuke that he has to cut across the dotted line.
Yeah, you don't get like it is said that General Revel just pointed his hand forward to continue the assault. Yeah, you don't get any of that stuff.
Which, again, if you put it in the middle of the movie, you would kind of have to end the movie there because, you know, that is such a climactic fight. So I get it. I do think it feels a little clumsy, but it works overall.
Yeah, I mean, I do really like the way a lot of the new animation they did for the ending of the fight with the Black Tri-Stars.
Yes.
Because in the anime, Amuro kills one of them, and then the other 2 survive, and then they come in the Odessa Day episode, and Amuro kills them while he's trying to go get to the nuke. And I kind of like better them all kind of coming together and finishing off all the Tri-Stars, because then that's also where they have introduced the core booster instead of the G Fighter, so they've gotten rid of the entire B parts thing because I think Tomino just did not like the idea the very super robot idea of having all these different parts and like a G-Bolt tank and all that. So they just made a very powerful, big core fighter, which is also, that means that every single shot that the core booster is in has to be new animation. So the core booster always looks really like gorgeous and shiny. And so from this point forward, every single shot that has like Sayla in the core booster just looks fucking gorgeous.
It does. I actually think the Matilda's death and the Black Tri-Stars fight is significantly improved in the movie.
Yeah, I agree.
It's both the animation and the recontextualization. The music is also better in the show. The one big weakness of that episode is that they use one of the standard fighting pieces of music, and the music does not feel like it accounts for Matilda's death at all.
Yeah.
And I think in the movie, without losing the quality of like, we're in the heat of battle, fog of war, we're not sure what's going on, they're able to account for that, and there's this beautiful like new type flash Amuro has. It's I think that's one moment that's like very much improved.
Yeah, and having them just defeat all three of the Tri-Stars in one fight is just a more more interesting sequence than having two of them escape.
And it's just a great action scene.
Yeah, it's very well done.
So then you've got the Dublin stuff. I feel like there's actually not much to say because it's pretty much just what's in the show.
Yeah, no,
cut down a little bit, but
yeah, but for the most part, they have like those two episodes with Miharu in almost their entirety. There's like little tiny bits that are missing, and some of the dialogue is changed.
This is one area where they actually have cut down on action because they do a little less with the Zagoks and the Gogs and everything.
Yeah, they definitely. Yeah, you don't get as like you don't get as many of like the different military briefings, which makes sense. They kind of condense those all into one briefing when there's like 3 or 4 that happen in the TV show. They do. There's like a couple of like awkward things that happen in the TV show because of the way that things have been, or in the movies because of things that have been cut. One that comes to mind is they don't have the sequence where Amuro goes and gives his toolbox to Kai, which is another one of those just like I love whenever Amuro gets to just be a sweet little like nice teenage boy. But they do have a shot. And they use the same dialogue of Kai coming out of the white base holding a toolbox, and he says like, "Oh, maybe I should open up a hardware store." And it's like that's kind of a weird. I mean, probably if you just watched the movie, you didn't know, it probably would not stick out to you. But or if you hadn't seen the TV show, but having recently watched the TV show, it's like, what the fuck? That doesn't even make sense without that context.
I agree because it's just part of it. You and I both reacted so strongly to that character dynamic of giving the toolbox. Having the toolbox, giving it back is such a great little like ping pong between those characters. You don't get it. It's not like the movie is diminished for it, but
yeah, but it's one of those things where it's just like a little bit of like continuity or something left over from the TV show just kind of gets put into the movie, and they're like, fuck it, we don't need to explain why he has a weird toolbox.
But I like that Kai still gets to shine in these movies, and all the Miharu stuff lands just as powerfully again, and Kai, it's all very good.
Yeah,
but then you have Jaburo. And this is one area where I would also say emphatically the movie does better.
I agree,
because what they do in Jaburo is they take all of the Jaburo content, which is like, because Char makes 2 big attacks on Jaburo.
Yeah, because there's 2 Jaburo episodes, 29 and 30 are the 2 episodes that are set in Jaburo.
They combine that into one assault by Char, which includes the thing where he puts the bombs on the GMs and all of the Kika Cats and Let stuff, but also just his general trying to attack Jaburo. So it has the double effect of making that one big fight feel like a proper climax to the movie, with a lot of action and a lot of character payoff for a wide variety of characters. It also makes Char look less stupid, because in the show, his plot in episode 30 is emphatically dumb, and when you combine it with the plot in episode 29, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it is. It's one of the smartest choices they make of where they flip the place of the events and collapse them together so that Char, because I think they also make the context of what's going on at Jaburo a little bit more clear, of where the Zeons know vaguely that Jaburo is somewhere in that area, so they're constantly doing bombing runs, which I think is happening in the TV show, but it doesn't make quite as much sense because the assault on Jaburo happens almost immediately after the white base arrives. Here, Char has followed them, and all the stuff with Miharu has allowed them to know where one of the major entrances to where Jaburo is. And so while Zeon is continuing to bombard Jaburo and preparing for a full invasion, Char sneaks in ahead of time in this context to put the bombs in the mobile suit facilities to kind of cripple them before the main Zeon forces arrive, which is really fucking smart because then he gets into his Red Zagok and then he fights Amuro, and all of that is stuff that had happened when he was attacking with the rest of the main force in the TV show.
Yes.
And so editing around that and kind of collapsing those two things together into one big assault that opens with Char trying to sneak in, and then that is also what tips Amuro off for everyone to start preparing for a full assault. Like, it's a really smart way of reordering everything without having to use much new animation.
It's incredibly well edited, and it is also just a great, rousing climax where, one, it actually makes the Kika Cats and Let's episode significantly more interesting than it was in the show. Because in the show, that's kind of like a Black Thumb episode of the show. I feel like it sticks out a little bit.
Yeah, it's one that it feels like there's a lot of character stuff that needed to happen, and so they needed to create some sort of A plot for an episode so they could have some character scenes in there.
But it all feels better justified here, and then all building to a final fight with Char and Amuro as like our climax of the movie, and also a little encounter with Char and Sayla and all of that. It's, like I said, I got a little antsy near the end of this one, but it definitely picks up enough at the end of like, I went out of movie 2, same as movie 1, being like, fuck yeah, let's watch some more Gundam. And
because also one other thing that I think works really well is putting like Lieutenant Woody in the movie. Like, I like his stuff in the show also, but it feels like making Matilda's death be more important relative to Ryu's death in the movie, then makes like ending with Lieutenant Woody dying in the fight with Char, like that's another good structural thing that changing those things around does.
Yeah, because they introduce Woody, then do the plot of episode 30 where he's dead, then go back and do all the episode 29 stuff, so Woody winds up being in the movies longer than he's in the show.
Exactly.
And so it does, and it's also the climactic death of the movie. So works very well, and then ending with them taking off for space and the flamingo scene.
Yeah, it's a great in-credit sequence where they use the flamingo stuff and have the in-credit song playing with like but they still have all the dialogue of one of the guys in the crow nest being like, "Oh, I'll take footage," and it's like, "Yes, you have my permission," and all of that. And then also then they animate some new stuff of Char leaving as well and going into space, and so it's a really good sort of like, this is the climax of this section of the story, but we are building up to shit going down in space. Like, down to at the end, it says, like, in 3 months, Mobile Suit Gundam 3 encounters in space. And it's, like, awesome. That must have been a kick-ass moment leaving the movie theater, being like, holy shit, I need to see this last movie.
Abso-fucking-lutely. I love it. It's, so movie 2, maybe a little too much new type stuff, and you might want to take this one in 2 parts and just take a little break after Ryu dies, but definitely watch it.
Yeah, no, it's still a good time. Like and one thing that does tie together is the usage of that song multiple times in because I think it is also, this is the movie that has all 3 of the most major, I guess other than Lala Soon. So there's like 4 really huge character deaths in Gundam, and this has 3 of them, of Miharu, Matilda, and Ryu. And so that does, like, that is the thing that
and Captain Woody
and Lieutenant Woody, please. He's not a captain.
Sorry.
But yeah, that's the thing that kind of ties this movie together.
Yes.
This is where most of the people die.
And it's also the movie where they become a crew.
Yeah.
So, like, the other thing is that Soldiers of Sorrow song, which, despite its name, is a very upbeat song.
Yeah.
And has that great... Daisuke Inoue is such a great crooner that one of the places it plays is at the end when they are all, like, getting out to sortie with Char at the end of the movie. And, like, that feeling of, like, all these, like, you know, random civilians and amateurs now coming out and, like, they're a crew and they're going to go battle Char again with that song. Fuck yeah. That's just... That moment lands really hard, where in the show it's just one of many scenes where they get out and go out in their suits. In this one, it is like the big climactic moment, like, we're a crew, let's do this, and it works really
so there's
well.
definitely that thing where it's like, it's definitely messy because it has that weird middle movie split, but it is... In some ways, movie 2 is the most impressive to me because it's like, I don't know how the fuck you turned this section of that TV show into one movie.
It's the hardest job. It's got the most episodes to do. It is the shortest movie by about 7 minutes.
Yeah.
And it's just structurally the hardest to get right. So yes, it might be the weakest in some ways, but it's also in some ways the most impressive from, like, because movie 1 has the advantage of it's kind of like the Lord of the Rings problem, where The Two Towers was always going to be the hardest movie to make because it's a middle chapter. Movie 1, at the very least, you've got that killer 2-episode opening to start, and you're safe there. Movie 3, you've got one of the great all-time anime endings. You just got to spice it up a little bit. Movie 2, there's like 20 episodes that have no one unifying theme. They have to make that work, and they make it work.
Yeah.
Not perfectly, but better than I could do.
Yeah, it's extremely impressive.
Absolutely. But fucking hell, movie 3 is good, Sean.
Movie 3 is really fucking good. Because movie 3 is also where, like there's a significant portion of the movie, percentage-wise, that is new animation. Because for most of the movies, it is like, other than a couple of like the dialogue scenes, that is new animation. But usually when it's just focused on characters, it doesn't look that much better than the animation from the TV show. But all like the mecha stuff that gets new animation looks really fucking good. And it's like just like there's lots of frames of animation and everything is nice and shiny, and like the effects of like the jets shooting out of like the core booster and stuff looks so good. But you usually only get it in like little like 2 or 3 second bits in the other movies. In movie 3, it's just like huge stretches of this movie are fully new animation, and it just looks so good.
It does, and it's not even because I knew there was a significant portion of new animation in this movie. It's not necessarily new scenes though.
Lots of existing scenes are just reanimated,
which is awesome because you get to, like, one of my favorites is all of the like new type flashes between Lala and Amuro. They're like what you remember them being in the show, which is to say they're the impression you have, but animated to like fully take advantage of that.
Yeah,
so
like that like weird mental wave of water in Amuro's head is very heavily detailed in the movie in a way that looks fucking great.
Because it's funny, I watched the movie and then because the scene that their big scene before she dies, where they have their talk about like where they almost like mind meld basically. Yeah. That scene in the movie hit me so hard, and I was like, it's the same scene, but it was different. And so then I went and rewatched that part of A Cosmic Glow, and indeed, it's the same like lines and roughly the same amount of time, but it's like every shot they've just souped up to like fully take advantage of what they are going for aesthetically. And there's a lot of that in this movie where they take the raw elements of the show, which as we've said are really good in that stretch, but they've just, especially because that stretch of the show was the roughest production-wise because they were out of money and out of time.
It was also, it was like a stretch of episodes that originally they weren't even going to be able to make, that they had to try to like plead the production company, like, please, let us make these last 4 episodes for the love of God.
And you can tell those last 4 are held together with like duct tape and prayer, you know. But here there's like, let's just do the full expanse of it. You also, in the movie, and this is the biggest plus in the plus column for the movies, is Char rides a fucking horse.
Yep,
Char is just in the buggy of a horse and buggy in the show, but he rides that fucking horse, and there is a sexy shot of Char riding that horse towards the camera, and it's our art this week, Sean.
Yep.
And I love it.
Yep, it makes all the stuff on the Texas colony in Gundam The Origin make even more sense. So it's like they saw Char riding the horse in the movie, like, fuck, we need more Char riding goddamn horses.
Because this movie is also, I think, the boldest in how it moves things around.
Yeah.
And it really does it to make a movie. Like, this is the most clearly, like, this is a proper 3-act structure movie where there's a clear single storyline you follow through.
Yeah.
And it works really well. And part of that is you have basically the same start where they go out into space, they have a battle with Char. They
don't fight Char in the movie at the very beginning. They only fight Dren.
That's true.
Because they have a battle with Char, and then they have the battle with Dren in the TV show, and they just say, like, let's just have them cut through Dren's fleet, kill him. And that's just basically the opening to the movie, is the White Base crew is 100% on top of their shit, and they just totally destroy Dren's entire fleet before Char can even get there.
Yes, and it's a great like onboarding into the movie, great opening action sequence. Then you have kind of your big sort of slower expositional phase on side 6, where they do most of the side 6 stuff. There's little character moments here and there, because they mostly keep it focused on Amuro. They don't do some of the side stuff with Hayato and Kai, but you get the scene where he meets Lala, the scene where he meets Char in person.
Where he meets his dad. But they also, like, those are things that happen across 2 different episodes, and so they collapse those together, kind of like the Jaburo stuff, where they're like, well, because of the way the TV show worked, we had to like kind of manufacture a fight with like the whole fight where they're going to the dock in the TV show. Like that's obviously completely cut. And that makes particularly all the stuff with Amuro works better because it gives the impression that Amuro has basically just spent an entire day in the colony, and he like meets his dad at night. Then later, like during the next day, he runs into Lala, and then he goes back to his dad, and like it's a more contiguous piece of time that makes more sense to me.
I agree. It's very clean.
Yeah.
It's one of those parts, like most of this movie does not have any of the problems the other movies have of like where it's a little Frankenstein.
Yeah.
It feels, both because they've reanimated and because they just kind of have the ability to edit it this way. Just very clean and purposeful. So the side 6 stuff lands beautifully. I think the scene where he meets Lala, there's some new animation because
it's mostly new, yeah.
Because all the new type stuff, basically, they're like, if we're going to do new animation, let's make that new type stuff extra weird.
The swan looks really, really good in the movie. Like, the swan just looks gorgeous. I will say there's one thing that they don't do with Lala in their first meeting that from the TV show that I wish they did is when he meets her, he hears her say, like, oh, what a poor thing, when they're both looking at the swan, and then he goes over and looks at her, and they kind of start having this weird conversation. And in the show, he hears her thoughts saying, like, is there anybody who hates something that's beautiful? Is there anybody who hates something that's beautiful? Is there anybody who hates something that's beautiful? And then she just says, why would you think that I would hate something that's beautiful? And that moment of him hearing her putting this thought together, and then she says something slightly different, is really good. And they don't do that, like, the echoing thought thing in the movie, and I don't know why they cut that, because I thought, like, there's a couple of those little kinds of things between Amuro and Lala that I think is mostly improved in the movie, but there are a couple of little bits that I wish they had left in there from the TV show.
And you've obviously seen the show more than me.
Yeah.
So, like, if I had seen the show 3 times, that it did not occur to me. But, because part of this is just, I was thinking less about how they were restructuring things in this movie, because it sweeps you along as a movie so well. But I can see that. Now that you say it, I love that moment, and you could have done that in the movie. There's no reason they couldn't have. It's 10 seconds.
I will say, though, I think, because this is completely reanimated, the scene where Amuro and Char meet each other on the road, I like much better in the movie. It's like, it's not, there's nothing, like, hugely different. It's more just like, it feels like they took what is basically the exact same script, and they just got way more time to think about how to, like, film and animate it.
It's framed kind of like a Western where someone walks into the bar.
Yeah, and there's just, like, a couple of small details that are a little bit different about it. Like, one that I really like is, so in that scene, as happens in the movie and the TV show, Char goes over with, like, the hook to hook it into Amuro's buggy to have them be able to pull it out of the muck. And while he's going over to do it, Amuro says, hey, please let me help you, in a way that, like, feels, it's a very, I feel like if you're a guy, like, this happens to you all the time. It's like a very weird emasculating thing where some other dude around you is doing some kind of, like, manly hardware thing of, like, I'm fucking fixing a car, or I'm, like, nailing something into a wall, and you're, like, standing there very awkwardly being like, kid, is there any way I can help you with this? Because me just standing here having you do some, like, generic masculine activity makes me feel weirdly emasculated in a way that makes me uncomfortable, and, like, I'm thinking about this stuff in a way I don't like. And so Amuro has that moment with Char at the beginning of that scene, but in the movie, at the end of that scene, Char is rolling the thing back up towards his car, and then Amuro says, oh, let me help you, and he goes ahead of Char and unhooks the other end of the hook from Char's car and hands the hook to him, and that's a really smart little detail that I feel like...
Because they also add this thing with the mud on the pants, where Char gets his pants muddy, and then Amuro does, and Char says, I didn't want you to have to get your uniform muddy too, because Char is a very polite sociopath.
Yes.
And it's a great little dynamic.
Yeah, and it just feels like at the opening of their encounter, Amuro is so kind of, like, disadvantaged, and by the end they feel like they're more on an even plane.
Yeah.
Which is, like, a really, again, it's just a couple of small things, but that, and just, like, the way they frame the shot. I also like they make Char's car look more like a DeLorean or something instead of, it's like a weird hover car or something in the TV show. In the movie, it's got like wing doors that come up and stuff.
It's a very Char car.
Yes, yeah, it's just like that. It's one of those where it's like, normally I would not have thought that they would have reanimated that scene because it is really well done in the TV show, but clearly they had some good ideas of how to slightly change it to make it worth reanimating that entire sequence, which is like 5 minutes of animation.
I like to imagine Char at, like, the, rent-a-car service at Side 6, and they're like, what kind of car do you want? And he says, he kind of points to his uniform, and he's like, what's your most flamboyant vehicle?
Yes, it's like, I've got a mask on the mask with, like, and a helmet, and I've got a red shirt with, like, a black cloak thing over it, and a giant weird gun and a holster at my side. What car do I want the car that has the doors that open up top, even though it's, like, really inconvenient and kind of a dumb design. I want to, if I open my door, I want to look like the car's flying.
Exactly. Why couldn't they have Shuichi Ikeda voice that scene?
Yes, exactly.
No. The really interesting thing then they do is they move around a lot of events, and they recontextualize it as like the white base's mission as a decoy sort of lasts longer in the movie.
Yeah.
Because they're like, okay, well, we went to Side 6, now what should we do? And Bright sort of makes the executive decision that they'll go this way, and as they're on this track, they wind up running into the Texas colony.
Yeah.
And they just decide to like go investigate it because they're basically killing time. Like that's their job right now, you know? And so they move Texas way up in the narrative.
Yeah, because Texas happens after the Battle of Solomon and the Big Zam's last stand, and also like that's like Makabe's episode. So they cut Makabe out of it. They pull the Texas colony stuff out in front of the battle at Solomon, and then recontextualize it as being entirely Char is there doing experiments on Lala with the Flanagan Institute, and Makabe is not involved at all. And the white base just basically kind of stumbles on it, and it's like there's something weird going on here. Let's just have the Gundam go in and investigate it. And it's a really interesting way to recontextualize that sequence, which is a really like one of my favorite episodes of Mobile Suit Gundam. But like, I don't know how you would do that episode in a movie, and they found a really good way to take most of the important stuff from that episode and put it into the movie.
Yeah. So spoilers for our lists later, minor, but A Duel in Texas is one of my favorite episodes, and the Gyan, Makuve's suit, is one of my favorite suits. Neither of those are in this movie. I mean, little parts of The Duel in Texas are, but the Gyan is not, and it's really the second episode in Texas that they have in the movie more.
Yeah, the Sharon Sale episode.
But I loved this part of the movie because it is really smart about taking the raw materials of Texas. Most of it's reanimated, obviously, but like the foundation is there. And what they do is instead of having it be kind of this breather it's still Gundam and it's high octane and all this, but breather between Solomon and Abaoku, and like it's kind of our last gasp before the final push, which is where you put it in our series we watched through. What they do is they make it the end of the first act of this movie, where everyone's motivations get locked in at Texas, where Amuro fully realizes what being a new type, not fully, but like he starts to realize like what a new type is, and he's set on that path, which is his path for the movie. Char is sort of set on his path with Lala, and we have the scene with him and Sayla here that I think is also an improvement on the show. Yeah. Because they state Char's motivations more clearly. They don't make it 100% clear. As we said earlier in the episode, if we knew exactly what Char was up to, Char wouldn't be Char. Yeah. But I feel like we get because it's a longer scene, it's a fuller scene, and I feel like we get more of the colors that are Char in it, and I really like that. And then also, of course, Lala really comes into her own here. And so being like the end of the first act of the movie, redoing Texas to work that way and really cementing these are our characters. Sayla, Char, Lala, Amuro, those who we are focusing on this movie, incredibly smart, and having it there makes the rest of the movie better.
Yeah, absolutely. And you also, it's nice that you get a more proper fight between the Gundam and the Gelgoog, because the Gelgoog is a cool mobile suit that kind of gets a little bit short shrift in the TV show, and so having like this like big like this is a proper fight between Amuro and the Gelgoog. There's some very smart editing around shots that Amuro in the TV show is getting attacked by a Gyan, but then they make it so it's like all of a sudden the Gelgoog has not quite its weird like Darth Maul thing that has it has a more normal beam saber, because that's what the Gyan had. So that's what our shot of him dodging the stabs and stuff.
Because they give Char all the fencing stuff that Makuve did. Also cinematically smart, because the movie is going to climax on them having an actual fencing battle. Yeah. So doing it with their with their mech suits makes sense.
Yeah, very good. There's also just a couple of very smart things they do of like, so in the TV show, the Makuve's Gyan explodes, and then Char shields Lala from the explosion of the Gyan. In the movie, they still use that little beat in that animation, but instead it's because of all the mines that he has kind of forced the Gundam into a minefield, and so they use that explosion. It's just like the constant ingenuity of these people, like using little beats that they have from the TV show and finding ways to reuse that and in totally different contexts in these movies, like, is incredibly impressive.
And I'll say, as someone who's only seen the show once, I was frequently having to like, is this new animation? Is this like, I know the mines are, because that's just not a plot point. But unless it was like that blatant, I had trouble telling a lot of the time, you know?
Yeah, although because the first time when Amuro goes into the Texas colony and he gets, like, there are like weird mine things that fall on him, they recontextualized in this movie as that is just that he's in a minefield. In the TV show, those are traps that Makabe has set for him.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's because they're just really smart about how they reuse some of that stuff.
Yes.
It's very cool.
And especially to do it with one of the more iconic and episodes that leads like a lasting impression is also very impressive.
Yeah, because like, you know, we have the Duel in Texas episode. It's amazing. It's one of my favorite episodes in the whole franchise. I don't need to see that exact same episode put into a movie, especially because if they had done that, it wouldn't have been any of the new animations. Instead, like it's like the best of both worlds. We have our awesome TV episode. We also have a lot of like the cool plot points redone in a different way for the movie, and a cool new, effectively what is almost entirely a new fight between Amuro and Char.
Absolutely. So then we get the Battle of Solomon.
Yep.
And it's probably the segment of the movie that's cut down the most relevant to respective to the TV show. But you still get all of the major beats. You still get the sense of like this being a really big epic space battle, and you still get, you know, Dozle Zabi getting out there on that fucking tank, and he just gets in a machine gun and fires at the Gundam.
Yep. No, Sliker Law gets got.
Yep.
His death is more graphic in the movie. Like you see, because he's also an core booster, so every shot that he's in that fight just looks very good. So when he crashes into that big Zam and fucking flies out of the cockpit, because I don't know, maybe he didn't put his seatbelt on.
Seems like something he would do.
Yeah, it seems like something he would do. It's like you see it in a lot of detail. It's like it's not like gory, but it's like, yep, that dude is definitely dead. He definitely just died right there.
Yeah, because Slugger Law does get basically all his scenes from the show.
Yeah.
So you have him. Cameron Bloom is also in there for the Side 6 stuff. So you get all the Mirai stuff in here, which is nice. Mirai gets to remain a major character, which is good. I don't know if I have a ton to say about the Solomon stuff. It's like context in the movie has been shifted a little bit, because one other thing they do is they seed the Giren Degwin conflict more evenly throughout the movie.
Yeah.
So like before Solomon, they're talking about the solar ray. And Degwin, this is a really nice piece of context I like that they add, which is that Solomon sort of happens the way it does because Degwin is on the fence and trying to hold back Giren. And I think that and fleshing out that dynamic over a series of scenes, because they still do the whole Hitler scene. It's reanimated here. But I think it really adds to the context and makes the whole thing at Solomon feel like its place has more political consequence.
Yeah, because you have basically an entire briefing scene that takes place that's new with Giren and Degwin at Zoom City, and then Cassilia and Dozle are both like kind of video conferencing in. And that's where they take some dialogue that is from the TV show, but they basically almost like effectively see the other side of it, from like the Giren side of that's where Giren tells him that we're sending you the Big Zam, and that's where Dozle says, "You idiot, like these war, like it's great that we have a big cool mobile armor. These battles are won by numbers. We need like mobile suits. Like give me just like a dozen Rick Doms because I can fight with that. I can do tactics with that. You can't just give me one big thing that one mobile suit or like one stray shot could potentially destroy." And so they put more dialogue in kind of fully flesh out that and show that one of the reasons why they lose at Solomon is kind of because Giren is petty and Giren is not giving. Because Dozle just asks him, divert some of the people that are at Al-Bawaku and send me reinforcements over at Solomon. And Giren tells him, like, yeah, I'll think about it. And then when they cut the communications, it's very clear that Giren is not really going to do it, and he's just stalling.
Which would have been the tactically smart thing to do, because if you held Solomon, Al-Bawaku wouldn't have been a possibility.
Yeah, and this is all stuff that is, like, sort of in the TV show or is, like, implied and not directly stated that, like, this is a good scene that makes a lot of those things very explicit in a way that I think is smart.
Absolutely. So then you have the third act, which is all the stuff with Lala and Amuro and obviously her start. Basically, where the last 5 episodes, which was our previous episode of Weekly Suit Gundam, starting with her doing the attack on Solomon. They add a little bit of context where they reference Caecilia's new type crew, or
that she's making a new type unit.
Yes, which is like a little reference to like their original plan for this stretch of the show, right?
Yeah, and I mean there are references to it in the TV show as well at this point, because this is also like obviously they cut out Shalia Bull. Yeah. That's like an obvious thing that you would have cut. And so there's like a little bit of that, like Cassilia and Char are kind of trying to put together a new type thing. They really expand out the scene between Char and Cassilia. that is in the TV show. In the movie, they build out more where she reveals that she knows that he's Castful and all that stuff. And that's where they talk about it a little bit more. But yeah, they make it more explicit that, like, if Girin had actually believed all the shit he talks about new types and had actually invested in them making a new type unit, they maybe would have been able to win the war. But it's only at this last moment that they have, like, anything in it at all. And in the movie, like, they literally only have Lala. They don't even have Shaliabul.
Exactly. And this is an area where, again, they do pretty much everything that is done on the show, other than Shaliabul, is done here. I do like some of the scaffolding they've built up around the edges. Yeah. For instance, you just referenced the scene, but the scene between Char and Kycilia, which is completely reanimated and basically rewritten, I think plays much stronger here.
I agree.
Because it's a good scene in the show, but it's sort of like, I'm not 100% sure what to take away from her figuring out who Char is. Here, it's like, they're kind of like teasing each other out and trying to figure out how close are our motivations. And you also see Char thinking in real time, he's not sure where he's at. Like his motivations have evolved so much, and he is so kind of fascinated and seduced by the possibility of new types that this is sort of where his allegiances lie, but he's not sure. It's a really good scene. And I also like... And I like that you can also read it as crocodile tears.
Yes.
But Char explaining that when he killed Garma, he didn't feel fully the revenge. And I feel like that's probably a half-truth, because he fucking enjoyed it.
Yeah. That's like, you go back to the scene, because I think he has a good line in this movie with Kycilia where he says, like, I was, it felt empty. I was laughing at myself, and it's like, let's check the tape. No, you were definitely laughing at Garma. That is definitely a laugh directly at Garma, where you say it's like blame your heritage, Garma. It's like that it is because you're a zombie that you're going to die. Ha 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 ha. Like, it's just like at the court, just like someone reading the transcription of that scene.
Exactly.
You definitely were laughing in his face as he like horribly died.
Like, I think he's like souping it up for Kycilia.
Yeah.
I do think there's a truth in him feeling probably hollow afterwards and not knowing where it leads him next, which I think is true of Char and is part of why his motivations are so in flux in the second half of the show. So that's one thing where, and also just Ikeda's performance, amazing in that scene.
Yeah.
So I think that's an improvement. And then I think you do get a lot of extra Lala stuff. Like, there's a really good scene they add during the Side 6 battle where he and Lala are on the couch together watching it on TV. And one, it's just cool because it's one of the only scenes where Char is kind of laid back. He's got... Yeah. Does he have the mask and everything off, or is it...
The mask is definitely off in that scene, yeah.
Because you can tell Lala is like the one person he is himself around. Well... himself relative to other people around.
The most himself.
Yes. If there is a true Char at this moment in time. Yeah. So he's got like his arm around her. It's like a date night. They make it more explicit that they are lovers.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a sweet scene too. Like, I feel like they do some stuff to also add some humanity to Char and Lala's relationship, because Char does not love like normal people. He has some aspects of sociopathy to him, but Lala matters to him.
Yes.
And she matters as more than a tool. And I think the movie gives us just a little bit of extra context on that.
Yeah, because they do add in some lines in that scene and some of the stuff on Texas Colony where he kind of explicitly says to her, like, you do know I am using you for your powers, right? Like, he just straight up says that to her.
Yeah.
Which is something that is implied in the TV show that's something that he's clearly doing. But just having that be out in the open between the two of them, and having it be something where it's like, it makes you wonder, like him is just telling her that makes you wonder how much of that is true, and how much does he feel for her, like, as a human being? How much is he using her in his weird master plan of, like, whatever the fuck he's trying to do with new types and carrying on the Xeon name and all of that?
Mm-hmm. So all the Lala, Char, Amuro triangle stuff with Sayla thrown in there as well. It's cut down a little bit because they do the thing where they meld two big fights into one again, which again I think is smart.
Yeah, because they have the Shalia Bull fight obviously gets completely cut.
Right.
And then the Lala's Dilemma and Cosmic Glow get kind of collapsed together.
Yeah. But basically the last 3 episodes are done more or less in full, just with a lot of different animation.
Yeah.
And in a lot of ways, I think they landed even harder for me. I think half of that is just seeing it again and knowing what's coming. I think if I watched the show, it would land for me harder as well, because the first time you see the end of Mobile Suit Gundam, it's fantastic, but you're also not entirely sure what to make of it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, like, my second time watching the TV show is what fully cemented to me that A Cosmic Glow is like, that's a fucking some good shit in that episode.
Absolutely. And it was for me watching it here. Yeah. And in part because I do think it is an improved version of some of that material in A Cosmic Glow.
Yeah.
I do think Amuro's reaction to her death is better in the show because it breathes a little longer. Where I feel like he has more lines.
He does, yeah. Like, I mean, there's just some stuff that's kind of like, I think there's some stuff in the TV version I like more. There's some stuff in the movie version I like more. There's not like, for me, there's not like one clear, this is a better version of the scene.
Absolutely. But one thing to me is that putting it all together in one contiguous movie that has built an entire arc around this, and that being like heading towards the climax, oh my god, it cut me here. And I think as much as I love the insert song in the show, I think the one in the movie is better for this material. Mm-hmm. And I think because it cuts, and then the way it combines all this stuff with the solar ray and Amuro's line about the light of hatred, just because I watched all these episodes in one sitting when I watched them, but there's still the theme songs and the breaks and all of that. Yeah. Having it all just as one fluid cinematic thing works incredibly powerfully, and it's an incredible series of scenes. Before we even get to the Abaoku stuff, it's not that they've changed things other than like some better animation or alternate animation. It's just, I think the extra context they've given it in this cinematic version is really strong and smart, and I think exposes how strong the underlying foundational vision of the new type stuff in original Gundam is.
Yeah. Like, for me, the stuff that is like a 100% improvement in the movie, like throughout this whole stretch, is the Lala and Char stuff. I think is like their relationship is just better done in the movie.
Yes.
Because almost like every scene they have together is reanimated. There's just a little bit of the stuff on the Texas colony on the elevator is the only stuff that's like from the original show that they just pull that animation forward for this movie. And in particular, I think the Char's reaction to Lala's death feels much more like straight from his character in the movie than in the TV show. When Lala explodes, he goes and pounds his fist on the console, which is good. In the movie, he says a couple of lines, and then like tears just come out from under his mask. That's fucking amazing.
Maybe my favorite shot in any of the three movies is the tears from the mask, because of course you can't see his eyes, he hides his eyes, but the tears come down anyway. It is such a quiet reaction. It cuts you really hard. Good scene in the show, better scene in the movie.
Yeah, like that reaction, I think, is just like, that's one where like that feels like a thing that happened because they made the TV show, and then when you reapproach the material, someone is like, this is good. It feels a little bit like his reaction in the TV show feels a little bit generic, and everyone's just like looked at it because they'd already done it once. It's like, well, we know, like, who is Char? How would Char react to like legitimate loss? He wouldn't scream like that. He would be very controlled, except for like you have like one little chink in his armor, and using the mask in that way is so smart.
This is a dude who reacted to the death of his parents by stealing someone's identity and building a whole new identity for himself, and wearing very flamboyant clothes and a mask, and then like going on to join the army he wants to take down from the inside. Yeah, I believe that he would do the silent cry thing.
Yeah, exactly. He doesn't do the no.
He's really good at bottling stuff up, guys.
Exactly. Yes.
He should probably go to therapy for that.
Yeah, the Char in therapy is its whole own TV show, man. Like, that would be a fucking trip.
I want in treatment, but it's Char.
It's fucking Mobile Suit Gundam Sopranos with like fucking Tony getting his fucking therapy. But Char, man, holy shit.
God, Shuichi Ikeda would kill that.
Yeah.
And I imagine him laying on the couch in the full red get-up with like the mask and everything.
Yeah, with fucking Dr. Melfi. Holy shit, that'd be great.
Someone animate that for us. Yeah. Photoshop it in. Yeah, I also think the big conversation Amuro and Lala have, mostly the same content, but the way it's animated and scored and placed in the movie. Loved it in the show. Hit me like a ton of fucking bricks in the movie.
Yeah, I think that sequence of them sort of slowly merging together, I do think that's better in the movie. Part of that is just like the being able to animate all the trippy stuff a little bit like more precisely. The stuff that I think I prefer the TV version is mostly the stuff like after they get broken out of that mind meld. I think there's something way more raw in the TV version about the editing of the fight. I think is much more like crisp in the TV show version, whereas like the movie version feels a little bit more like this is like the standard way you would edit this fight scene together. The TV version is just like frenetic and like desperate in this like 4-way battle between these people, and just like that, also that just the encounter between Lala and the Elmeth, Char and the Gelgoog, Amuro and the Gundam, and then Sayla coming in and the G Fighter / Core Booster. That just gets cut down in the movie versus how much there is in the TV show. So it's like I miss some of that stuff. The bones of that fight are still there, and a lot of it is still good. Like you still have where Char is going to cut Sayla up, and then Lala says, "No, Taisa, stop!" And he sees this Sayla and stops, and then turns around and immediately gets the arm cut off. Like that's still there, but it's not quite as raw and impactful as in the TV show version.
It's interesting because the animation is like quote unquote better.
Better, yeah.
But I think part of that frenetic editing is that they're sort of cutting around the fact that they can't do the full fight in animation in the show. And that makes it stronger overall. I feel like it's almost a victim of too many resources in the movie version.
Yeah, definitely. And then I think like a lot of I wish we could have like a blend of the like Lala's death sequence of the TV show and the movie version, because there's a couple of little bits in the TV version that they don't do. Like I'm as weird as it is, and I really just do not have like a read of what the shot is doing. But the TV show shot of like the egg getting penetrated by sperm, there's something about that shot that I'm like, I have no idea what this is. I don't know what it's trying to communicate to me. There's something hugely impactful to me about that.
It's like
shot.
a David Lynch shot.
Yeah, 100%. It's like the episode from Twin Peaks Return with like the nuclear bomb and all that. It's like I cannot explain everything this is communicating to me in words. There's something like deeply primal that shot like hits me.
Which is the point of the new type thing. Is it's beyond words. It's communicating beyond human communication.
Yeah, and so some of like a couple of those shots I wish that they had done versions of in the movie, but also I think the stuff where they take the sort of like weird pastoral landscape suspended in outer space, they like the way they've reanimated that looks so good in the movie, because just all the detail they can put into it of like the galaxies in the background, like all of that is so good. But then also I do prefer Amuro's reaction to her death more in the TV version, because that's also where it just feels like the fucking microphone they had was not good enough for the scream that Furuya gives for that scene, and it's just like the audio basically peaks and it's fucked up and crazy, and Amuro is like way more. I think he has the line of like basically, "I've done something I can never take back." I think his line delivery in the TV version I prefer a little bit more.
It's just raw. It's not as, I don't know how to say this, like practiced or rehearsed, you know?
Yeah.
It feels like Furia almost like reading it for the first time. It probably wasn't, but that's the feeling you get.
Yeah.
Versus coming back 2 years later and doing it again. Not that he didn't give it his all. It's still an amazing performance. It just, there's something about that rawness I don't know if you could ever recapture.
Yeah. So it's like, it's an interesting, and part of it is just like, you know, we'll find out maybe like how much I love A Cosmic Glow as an episode of Gundam in a later list, but it is easily one of my favorite Gundam episodes. So it's like,
me too.
And that sequence is, I've watched that sequence so many times. So like, it's cool to have a different take on it. There's like a couple of things that's like, you could have had like the ultimate version of this scene if you had just taken a couple of things from the TV show and brought it forward.
All right. And then the finale of the movie and the Battle of Abaoku, you know, you can't improve on a good thing. So, or like, don't break, if it ain't broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And like, there's some new animation, but it is fundamentally the same. Like, those 2 episodes are done mostly in full.
Yeah.
Escape certainly is like beat for beat the same, with a couple of improved shots here and there. And I had the same reaction, and in fact, it even strengthened how much I think it is a brilliant, brilliant fucking ending. Some of the new music is fantastic, not necessarily better, but just like really, really good, and just a great climax, and proves how correct their instincts were on those last 2 episodes.
Yeah, like this is where I think I just fully prefer the movie version of the Battle of Abaoku, because again, it's basically
all the good with some better stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of the key scenes are reanimated. So it's like, you know, the fight between Amuro and Char, the sword fight gets reanimated, and I mean all of actually basically their fight, even when they're in the Gundam of the Zeong, most of that is new animation, even when it's like the same beat. So even like him coming up and shooting through where he thinks the cockpit is and the head ejects, like the same basic sequence of events, but they animated it again, and so it looks just fucking great.
Yep.
And all of them fighting when they're outside of the mobile suits, and then they get the fucking sword fight. And there's just a couple of like they've added some new little like beats in that sword fight of where like Amuro kind of gets pushed back and knocks over like a plate armor that's on a stand against the wall, and little things like that just make it a little bit more. That are things that would have been complicated to animate with a TV show budget, that they go like, let's give this the attention we can with our full budget, and like put it in a little of these extra little like kind of physical details to kind of ground the fight more.
Yep.
It's all so good.
And it works so well as the ending to a movie.
Yeah.
It proves how good Escape is, which you'll hear later how much I love Escape.
Yep.
And I'm sure you do too. But like it just that it works sort of equally well as a TV ending and a movie ending proves how good it is.
Yep.
And yeah, there's not a ton to say. I love the song that they use several times in this movie that plays over the end credits, and I felt so full watching the end of this, just as I do in the show itself. And it also ends with a very mysterious message in English that we should mention. I took a screenshot. The movie, they do the full credits, great song, and then
and also during the credits, you get like a weird shot of like it looks like Char like escaping or something to be like, oh, Char survives. Like, yeah, okay,
yeah. I should say one thing I know they didn't reanimate was him killing Caecilia, because I have gone frame by frame through that, and they were like, we can't improve on that.
I feel like if they just like they kind of toned down the camera bloom or something. Like I feel like it's the same animation that you can just see a little bit more clearly. Like there's a lot of blood that comes out of that fucking decapitated head.
Yes, but as I was saying, so you have the credits, and it ends in English with "and now ... in anticipation of your insight into the future." And that's the end of the movie.
Yep.
What is that supposed to mean?
Immediately I was like, oh, is this like, for a second I thought it's like, if there's going to be like a Zeta Gundam logo just going to come up on the next shot, like there's something like, I don't think they knew that they would be making Zeta. Like Zeta Gundam didn't come
3
out
years later.
until 3 years. Like it wouldn't have even been in pre-production at this point. If anything, I think it's just like supposed to be, I think it's just like poorly worded English, and it's just like meant to be like we're moving forward into the future, and part of like in the themes of new types being the next step of humanity, and like there's like a lot of stuff in Mobile Suit Gundam, and then also like Zeta Gundam plays with this like sense of that eventually new types will be able to like see time itself. It's like eventually the ultimate stage of the new types will get to. I feel like that's what it's trying to indicate. But they did it in English to make it very like stylish and like cool and exotic in Japanese. And for us, it's just like that doesn't even make sense.
I love it. One other thing in the third movie that hit me harder in the movie than it did in the show, and it's not that this is added, the lines are in there in the TV show, but the whole idea of Amuro saying like, I'll go to be with you, Lala, and then at the end saying, I'm sorry, Lala, I can't now, but I can see you anytime. I think just because it's all one movie and the Lala, Amuro, Sayla, Char like dynamics are so focused on through this 2-hour movie, that really hit me. And I don't think it had hit me before how much Amuro is bent on death and chooses life, and it makes the ending even more beautiful to me.
Yeah.
So, honestly, my overall thoughts on the third movie is that movies 1 and 2 I think are fantastic compilations, but I think the TV versions are better. Movie 3, if you take the equivalent material from the show, it's kind of a wash for me. I think I don't know if there's one I prefer, and in some ways the movie hit me even harder as a holistic object, and I think that's an incredible achievement. And if nothing else, watch movie 3. Yeah. If you've seen the show. Obviously don't watch it on its own if you've never seen any of it. But
that would be you'd be very confused.
I don't know how you'd be at this point on the podcast. But movie 3 is It's a minor masterpiece, honestly.
Yeah, like I wish I had seen it earlier. Like I think I had, and partially it would just be that I'm very stubborn, so I would have had to watch all 3 of the movies, even though there's really no reason why I would need to. You can just watch the third movie. There's nothing they like change about movie 1 and 2 that would make the context of movie 3 that different. Yeah, it's really great. Like I'm with you that it is one of the best animated movies I've seen. Like it just. And part of that is just like the material that they're working from is like from one of my all-time favorite TV shows. Yes. So like it's building on some really amazing bones, and then they got to revisit some of those sequences and think about what are some like better ways to express some of the things we're trying to express here.
Yeah. Can I tell you my dream, Sean?
Okay.
My new dream?
What's your dream?
Well, I would love to see these movies in a theater, because that's the other thing is, like, I would love to, as you know, they're fun to watch on your TV or laptop or something, but a 2.5-hour movie in that context just doesn't play as powerfully as I think it would in a theater. So I would love to see it that way. And I am a film teacher to a degree. And, you know, in the next year or two, I'm going to get to have my own class, and we have a screening room that I'd get to teach in, and I am going to find a way to screen these fucking movies for students just so I can watch them on the big screen, but also because I think people would enjoy them. We have one class, Sean, and I'm just going to put this flag down here so people can hold me to it, hopefully, in the future, called Film Club. And every semester, a different grad student gets to teach it. It's a 1-semester-hour course where just every Tuesday night you come and watch a movie and have a quick discussion. And, like, it's for students just to get an extra credit.
Yeah.
And for grad students, it's an easy teaching assignment. And it's not my turn yet, but it will be in the next year or two. And I have to find some way where I could do this over 3 weeks. Do I do movie trilogies? Do I do I'm going to show anime movies? Do I do robots in movies? I don't know. Yeah. But I'm going to theme it so I can show these fucking movies in our really cool theater.
Yeah, no.
That's my new life goal.
That's very good. Maybe I'll come up and visit you.
Yes.
Let's have our... You can do these 3 movies. You can... Like, this is maybe something to say. There's one thing that's interesting is, so they made movie versions of Zeta Gundam called the New Translation. But if you thought that, like, there are a couple of times where the movie animation and the TV animation juxtaposed in these movies feels a little bit awkward because the movie version looks so much better. And that's like 3 years difference with, like 2 to 3 years difference with, like, movie level budget. The Zeta Gundam movies are like a 20-year difference with movie level budget. And so the scenes that are animated in like 2006, I think is when those movies started coming out, versus the scenes animated in 1985 look very, very different.
Yeah. You know, maybe by then the rebuild of Evangelion will be out and I can really theme this around, I don't know. But I'm feeling like if they'll let me do it, and my understanding is you get a certain amount of autonomy on this. But I'm like, can I do 3 weeks of Mobile Suit Gundam? And will they...
3 weeks? I'm saying that you can do 3 Mobile Suit Gundam, then the Zeta New Translation. Unfortunately, there's no double Zeta, so there's a little bit of missing gap there. But you could probably
Char's Counterattack is a movie?
You could probably go from Zeta Gundam to Char's Counterattack. There's some missing context, but you can basically... I mean, you know, like, the bulk of Amuro and Char's stuff has been dealt with by that point, so when you pick up the characters Char's Counterattack, that's fine. And then also, like, Gundam F91 is not one of the best Gundam movies, because it is basically they were going to make a TV show. They couldn't make a full 50-episode TV show, so they took the outline, made a movie out of it. But there's some shit in Gundam F91 that is fucking rad, and 100, like, and that movie can be totally watched on its own. And there's some shit. At least you can watch, like, the first 30 minutes of that movie are fucking amazing. You can at least show that.
8th MS Team has a movie.
Yep.
Well, a 50-minute OVA thing. War in the Pocket, I have edited into a movie. That people would benefit from seeing that. No joke. Like, I don't have to make an excuse for that one.
You really wouldn't. Like, it works well enough. The Thunderbolt movies. This would be, if I could get through grad school having somehow taught a Gundam class, even if it's our 1 credit hour thing, I think I would retire. And I think I would be happy because my career would be nowhere to go but down after that. And I would just love, like some other film professor, I I wonder how the grad student is doing with their new class. It's like, what do you watch? Oh, it's Mobile Suit Gundam 3 Encounters in Space. Like, okay. So it came out in 1982.
It's really good. Yeah. I'm teaching them about the long, rich history of compilation movies in
anime. Yeah, exactly. Then it's like we're talking about this, like, and then you just have on like a chalkboard just new type written in big letters. And then you have a drawing of a crude professor drawing of a Zeong that has 80% next to it, and then like the legs in an outline under it with like 20% and like a question mark. It's like, let's really close read the scene with the engineer that is just in its entirety in movie 3. It is perfect.
So good. The other thing we should say about these movies is be careful about what versions you watch.
Yes.
We should have actually said this at the beginning. The Blu-rays and DVDs that are commercially available in the States and in Japan, to my knowledge, have a new audio mix done in the 2000s in 5.1 where they basically redid the entire soundtrack. So new vocal performances, which means the actors are significantly older or in some cases dead and had to be replaced. It's either the same music remixed or very frequently new music completely, and all new sound effects that are not very true to the source. I kind of switched just a couple moments to see what it was like, and I really cringed at it. I didn't like it. You can find versions online with the original theatrical mono. That's what you want. Support the official release if you want to give a couple bucks their way, but it's not the right way to watch these movies.
Yeah, the audio mix is weird, and it's like, especially like it's losing some of the fucking sound effects, like the particularly the beam rifle sound effect being different. Again, this is coming from someone who watched the TV show 3 times, but the beam rifle sound effect for the original Gundam beam rifle is so perfect and iconic, and like it's like maybe like 15% of the reason why I play Gundam video games is just so I can play as the original Gundam and fire the beam rifle, because it's the Gundam version of the lightsaber activating in Star Wars. It's like the most amazing sound effect.
I like the beam saber in Gundam more than the fucking lightsaber. I'll say it right now. I love that thing.
Yeah. There's some good fucking beam saber.
From now on, when I use the beam saber in Super Smash Brothers, I'm not doing a Star Wars thing. I'm doing a Gundam thing.
No, there's some good beam sabers. Continue to be good in the Gundam franchise. That is for sure. Gundam.
So do you want to do our lists?
Yes, let's go over some of our lists, Jonathan.
Which one should we do first?
I think we should end with the episodes one, because I feel like that is the most substantial.
Okay, that's fair.
So
let's start with the robots. Mobile suits.
Yeah, best mobile suits.
Yes. So
which and for me, it's like best mecha. Let's keep it generally, because technically you have like mobile armors and stuff in Mobile Suit Gundam.
Yeah, I just wrote top 10 mechs.
Yeah.
So, all right, I will start with my number 10. Is the MSN-02 Xiong, which was not on my list when I first wrote it, but then I watched the movie again, and I'm like, okay, the Xiong has a small role in the franchise, but it is a damn good role. It has no legs. It flies around. It's got this awesome head with big 2 red spikes on the sides, and the head itself fights for a little while, and it's part of just the best fight in the series.
Yeah.
Not one of the best fights, I should say. It's part of one of the best fights, especially in the movie version.
Yeah.
And so when I watched the movie again, the Xiong had not been on my list. It got on my list, and I would have felt bad if it wasn't on my list.
Yeah, I will say the Xiong is my number 11. Like,
okay.
It was I really wanted to find a spot on the list almost entirely for it just not having legs, which is one of the best things in Mobile Suit Gundam. So it's my number 11. I respect that choice. I'm glad it's on a list,
yes.
so we can have it. My number 10 is the MA-08. It's the mobile armor. Big Zam. The Big Zam. It's got one of the best names.
Yes.
Big Zam is fucking great. It's just basically a big almond with legs, and it is ridiculous looking, and I both like it because it is dumb looking, and also because Dozo Zabi wears that fucking Big Zam real well. And when he gets up on top of the Big Zam, and the psychic incarnation of his hatred spreads out behind him like a demon, and he's just fucking shooting the Gundam the Big Zam was what puts that all together. And then also just Dozel's glee at getting in the Big Zam. And at first he was shit talking. I was like, I just want a bunch of fucking Rick Doms. Why'd you give me this dumb Big Zam? And he gets in the Big Zam. It's like, this is a Big Zam. Holy shit. And he just fucking melts goddamn GMs like it's a fucking microwave, and Jammer just stumbles across these just half fucking melted mobile suits in the sides of the walls of Solomon. And that's because the Big Zam fucked him up. Big Zam's fucking cool.
I agree. Not on my list. I'm glad it's on yours.
Yeah, there we go.
So same thing. Big Zam, definitely a memorable mobile suit. Or, in this case, mobile armor?
Yes, it's a mobile armor.
My number 9 is the MS-14S Gelgoog Commander type, a.k.a. Char's custom red Gelgoog. Char has a lot of custom suits in the show. You might hear another one on my list. But I like the Gelgoog because it is sort of the best match he has for the Gundam. Obviously, the Xiong maybe gets a little further in the fight, but it's a very different kind of fight. This is the most traditional mobile suit fight we have between the two, is the Gelgoog and the Gundam. It's a really good fight, especially in the movie where it gets a little bit more of a showcase. That's what kind of pushed it onto the list for me also. Because the Gelgoog on its own, we do see in the Northern Ireland stuff, I think.
No, it gets first introduced at the Battle of Duel in Texas.
Okay. Yeah. That's the only one. Okay, never mind then. But I do love it's got a big old thruster pack, and it's got all these different armaments. And it is part of one of my favorite battles in the series with the Texas episode. And I think in the show, that and the Ron Baral's attack episode are the two that have the best mobile suit animation.
Yeah.
And so I think the Gelgoog also benefits from just, it's a good design, but it also has some of the best animation in the show and in the movie. So it got onto the list for that. And I like the red suits. We'll get into that later.
Yeah. So I should say right now that I did not really distinguish between the Char Commander Specialist versions and the base versions. I just kind of like combined them together. So my number 9 is the MS-14A Gelgoog / MS-14S Commander type Gelgoog. The Gelgoog is great. It's, I think probably I like the Char version the best, although the standard Gelgoog is also awesome. It's got this good like Centurion kind of look to it. It's got a little like fin at the back of its head that is awesome. It's like fucked up weird Darth Maul sword thing it has, which is also very cool. And the Gelgoog is one of those of where it's like, it doesn't feature that much in the TV series because for like the biggest stretch of where the Gelgoog would have been, Char's suit got cut from the show. And so that kind of like it makes it extra special. And so when you watch something like Thunderbolt, where like in the Abao Ku episode for Thunderbolt, they're flying around in Gelgoogs when he's lost his Psycho Zaku. So every time you get to see a Gelgoog in another context, I just feel good because it's like here's this underserved mobile suit. And the Gelgoog also served as like the visual inspiration for the Tall Geese from Gundam Wing, which is one of my all-time favorite. Just all-time best mobile suit designs in the whole franchise. So
what was that called?
The Tall Geese. The Tall Geese is a mobile suit. Here, I'll show you, Jonathan.
Oh my god.
It's basically like a Roman Centurion mobile suit from Gundam Wing that the villain rides in. And the thing that makes the Tall Geese extra fucking rad is that it's an old type mobile suit that the villain like kind of brings back into service because they're fighting the Gundams and they're like, we've never seen mobile suits this good. And the reason why the Tall Geese was discontinued was because it moved so fast that the G-forces killed most of the people piloting it. And the villain's like, well, fuck it. I'll fucking ride in the Tall Geese. And it is so cool. I have my first master type Gunpla is a Tall Geese that is on its way currently. I'm very excited to build it.
Nice. Well, Gundam Wing is now on the list of shows I have to watch because it's got a suit called Tall Geese that has high G-forces. That sounds fucking awesome.
Yes, okay. and the Gelgoog is basically the Tall Geese's like grandfather.
So what's your number 9?
That was my number 9.
Right.
We both had the same number 9.
That's a good point. Okay.
Yes.
My number 8 is a little bit of a cheat, but I feel like these two kind of belonged together. It is the MSM 03 and 04, the GOG and the AK guy. Who appear in the same place in the series and are kind of, they're not interchangeable, but they're very similar. They're like, the GOG they're both very amphibious. The GOG has the big frog hands with like long, sharp metal fingers. It's got these giant rounded shoulders that extend out over the arms. I love the sort of brown gold color scheme. I love it's got this sort of cool belt around its midriff, which is where all the weapons fire out of. And it's just so cool in the underwater action. And then the AK guy is sort of the GOG's little brother. Mm-hmm. And it looks even more amphibious, like a big fucking tadpole. It's got this big bulbous squid head. The arms don't have hands, just these big bald metal fists that fire out shit. And I love that about it. And when I think of the GOG and the AK guy, they're kind of always together for me. So I put them together and this is one part that gets very much cut down in the movies, but all the stuff in Northern Ireland where you have the underwater combat is so cool, and I'm sure it's something that future Gundam shows build on, because I love the amphibious... you actually get a lot of that in Thunderbolt, and the GOG and the AK guy, I love those little guys.
Yeah, we are like on similar wavelengths, my friend, because my number 8 is the MSM-04 AK guy.
Okay.
The GOG is not on my list. I like the GOG okay, but for me, like when the AK guy came on the scene, it just stole the GOG's thunder because the AK guy is just so adorable. He looks so cute. Like I just want to cuddle him. He's in his like weird dumb little hands, and he's so cute and great and perfect, and I love him to death. And
he's good.
And then, of course, he serves as the inspiration for the bear guy from Gundam Build Fighters, which is an AK guy with a big teddy bear head on him. And the bear guy is one of the all-time great mobile suit designs. You've
just blown my fucking mind, Sean.
I showed Jonathan a picture of one of the bear guys, and his jaw dropped.
Yes. It was like a comic. Oh my god. I need to go watch that show and order that Gunpla right now.
Gundam Build Fighters is very, very good.
Actually, I think that's the first Gundam I've seen or mech that I don't want a Gunpla of. I want a giant plushed animal.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, so the bear guy features in the original Gundam Build Fighters, which is the good one. It's the Build Fighters Try, which is the sequel, is the bad one. So you can watch Build Fighters and have a great time.
Does Try have the bear guy in it?
It has, there are different versions of the bear guy in all the
so it's
Build
not
Fighters.
worthless.
It's not worthless. But, like there are great fucking Gundam designs in all those shows, but yes, bear guy.
All right,
bear guy is good.
My number 7 is the MS-09R Rick Dom. It's purple, it's black, it's red, it's got a metal skirt / I think of as like a battle kilt, which is cool. It's wielded by the Black Tri-Stars unit, so it's involved in some of the most memorable action of the series. It's used in a lot of the other One Year War series. You see Rick Doms all over the place, and they're just consistently not my favorite Zeon mobile suit, but I think it really exemplifies all the things that are cool in the Zeon mobile suits, which is maybe a little bit of a form over function, you can say about the Zeons, but it is so cool. It's like our first proper big sort of black themed suit in the show, which we don't get a ton of in the original Gundam, but I really love the color scheme of it. And it's if Darth Vader had a mobile suit, it would be the Rick Dom.
Yeah, no, and we are on some weird energy right now, Jonathan, because my number 7 is the MS-09R Rick Dom, which is the space variant of the MS-09B Dom. But the Rick Dom is what we all know.
Also, this one gets points for every time someone has to say its name in Japanese. Rick Dom. I love it.
The Rick Dom is great. It is used as the basis for a mobile suit in Zeta Gundam called the Rick Diaz, which is also a very good name, and the Rick Diaz is very cool. Yeah, the Rick Dom is awesome. It basically becomes like the sort of Zeon standard in the last phase of the war, so you get a lot of it. It's got fucking just dope shoulder pads, and I love the eye like setup, because it's one of the Zeon mobile suits that kind of plays with their weird like kind of slit red eye, where it's instead this like cross that the eye can go in all 4 of the directions, and that's great. And then also in all because it basically flies around on little like hover skirts on its legs, it gets like a good different kind of aesthetic when it's moving. And then also when you play as the Rick Dom in any of the video games, it has that same kind of hover movement, and that's a very cool detail that kind of helps separate the Rick Dom from its Zeon brethren.
Absolutely. My number 6 is the RX-77-2 gun cannon, which you'll see whether or not I have the Gundam on this list. But in some ways, I almost prefer the gun cannon because I like the color red so much. And it's this, big, blocky red design. My favorite move is when it gets down on all 4s and fires like a cannon, which they reuse that animation a ton in the show. It's in the theme song, and it's in like every episode with the gun cannon, which I think is awesome and also kind of low-key hilarious that this thing is built to just bend over and shoot.
Yep.
Like fucking Blastoise with its like blasters on the back. The gun cannon is great. One of my favorite things in the movies is they give both Hayato and Kai a gun cannon instead of just one of them like trading it off. And so, or I guess it's really just Kai and the gun cannon in the show, but Hayato more goes out in the gun tank.
Which the gun tank in space makes no sense, and so them giving him a gun cannon for the last movie makes a lot of sense.
Yes. And the gun cannon, it's got a lot of personality. It kind of looks like the doofy younger brother of the Gundam, and it looks like it's wearing like a big red sweater or something. I don't know. The gun cannon is very cool, and I like it.
Yeah. So we finally have a break on the list.
Thank God.
I do not have the gun cannon on mine. I like the gun cannon a lot. You just blew my mind. I had never thought that Blastoise 100% is designed after the gun cannon, and I just had never, because my frame of reference is so reverse.
Yes.
Because I knew Blastoise as a child and came to know the beauty of the gun cannon as an adult, but obviously it would have been the reverse for the designer that made Blastoise. Gun cannon is great. Also, there's a part in the TV show where the gun cannon just picks up and throws a fucking boulder at like Izaku, and I love that shot.
It's great.
So he's not on mine, but I love the gun cannon. My number 6 is the MSM-07 Zagok, which also has a red mobile suit type, specialist type for Char. The Zagok is like, so you have your family of aquatic mobile suits in Mobile Suit Gundam, where you have the Gog, you have the Ak Guy, you have the Zok, which is the weird big dumb one. He's not on my list. But then you have the Zagok, which the Zagok feels like the most fully realized version of the aquatic mobile suits. It's got just fucked up big claws, and the shot where Char just fucking stabs through a GM with the claws. They kept that shot and didn't reanimate it for the movie because it's already so good, because that looks so cool. It's got this very sleek design where it's like shoulders just kind of come straight off of where its head is. It's just got a very like distinct and imposing silhouette. And again, like the sort of slit red eye, but it goes all the way around for the Zagok, so it has like 360-degree vision instead of like the Zaku's and the Goof and stuff like that. I think it's just like the most well-designed, well-realized, coolest looking of all the aquatic mobile suits. And when Char just fucking swings on the rock ceiling with its claw arms, stabs through GMs, it's very, very good.
My favorite part of the Zagok is definitely his Tarzan sequence in the caves under Jaburo. The Zagok did not make my list. The Char custom Zagok is my number 11 honorable mention. I do love it. I think I prefer the Galgoog personally, so that's why that was kind of my tiebreaker there. But I don't disagree with anything you said. It's fucking awesome. There's no wrong choices here.
Yeah, they're all very good. I think one of the main reasons why the Zagok is so high is legitimately just for the shot, which again they just took it for the movie because it's so good. Of Amuro seeing Char again for the first time, a red mobile suit, it's Char, and then the Zagok slowly stands up, and then it cuts into the cockpit as Char looks up and smiles in cut frames at the same rate that the Zagok is standing up. It's like, oh my god, just let me marry Char now because he's so beautiful.
I have that shot right here on my desktop, Sean, because I love it so much.
It's one of the all-time great Char smirks he gives.
It's my favorite shot of Char in the show, definitely. That and him on the fucking horse. Just, I could go back and forth between those all day. Horse in the mobile suit. Horse, mobile suit, they're so good. Yep. Anyway, absolutely. My number 5 was the hardest mobile suit to place for me.
Okay.
That's the RX-78-2, the Gundam.
Okay.
Because the Gundam it's compared to most of the Zeon suits, it's kind of boring. Mm-hmm. It's this big, blocky design that sort of, whether it's because a lot of obviously mech anime took inspiration from Gundam, or because Gundam also was sort of working within some existing frameworks, looks fairly typical to a lot of giant robots. Like Optimus Prime is the Gundam. If you look at Transformers, he's just the Gundam. His face is just the Gundam face. So the Gundam is a little, it's not the most visually striking of the major mobile suits in the series. But the more I watch the show, and especially Sean watching all the spin-offs and OVAs, it occurred to me that that's kind of the point. The Gundam is sort of this open canvas they can do so much with. And that's what made it hard to place. Because if we're just going with the show, I think this is roughly where it would be for me. But I think if you went with the overall canon of the 1 Year War stuff, the Gundam might have to be higher, maybe even number 1, because so much is done with it. I think one of the great things in the show is how it transforms. Without the suit physically transforming, the Gundam becomes scary in the show. Yeah. It becomes kind of an object of fear because it is used as a weapon of mass destruction. And then I think a lot of the OVAs are really smart with how they capitalize on that. War in the Pocket more than any of them in terms of making the Gundam an object of terror. But I think 8th MS Team, which has my favorite Gundam designs, because it's just it's got that big giant fucking 8 on it, and it's the color scheme's a little more subdued. I love that. Thunderbolt does a lot of really good stuff with the Gundam, and I think leaning into over time that the Gundam is low-key, like the color scheme, the big blues and yellows and reds distract you, but the Gundam is scarier than any of the Zeon suits. It is more imposing, it is more lifeless, it is more emotionless. And I think that is the brilliance of the Gundam. And it also has the fucking beam saber, which I wrote in my notes, which is better than any lightsaber fight me, which I wrote in a giant run-on sentence. Mm-hmm. So Gundam, absolute hardest to place for me, because there are other suits which you'll hear about that just tickle my aesthetic fancy more when I look at them, and we'll talk about those. So I thought kind of right in the middle for me, especially splitting the difference between Gundam in the original Mobile Suit Gundam versus Gundam in the larger universe of Gundam, where I think they did more and better things with it. Also hard to place because it's the franchise. Yeah, and it's a thing where it's you're so overexposed to the design of the Gundam that it can be hard to... Yes. It's never as fresh for someone living in 2019 versus if you had seen the anime as it was airing in 79, it would have been a much more striking new design. Well, and even then, you see the Gundam every episode. There's no other mobile suit you see every episode. Yeah, the Gundam has to carry the show on its sturdy shoulders. Which it does. So that's my number 5. Very good. I respect that choice. My number 5 is the YMS-15, the Gyan. I like it.
very
You'll
good.
hear my thoughts on it later.
It's Makabe's personal mobile suit, that fucking weird antique-loving motherfucker. The Gyan is interesting because it's one of the most unique of all the Xeon mobile suit designs. Like, it still has a lot of the sort of core aesthetics. It's part of, like, the overall Xeon color scheme, which is either green for the Zaku's or it's, like, black and purple for most of their other mobile suits. So it's got this nice little purple look. It's got the slit eye that also has kind of, like, a very, like, thin version of the cross that the Rick Dom has. But then it feels very smartly specialized to Makabe's character. So having the little buckler shield that has the missiles implanted in it as like a little like trick, and then its like fencing sword gives it this very elegant knight-like look, and its big helmet that is like based off of actual medieval knight helmet designs. It strikes a very interesting aesthetic. It is also, heavily featured in one of my favorite episodes that has one of my favorite fights in the duel in Texas. And it going toe-to-toe with the Gundam it's a good mobile suit for that fight. And it's so fun to see, mobile suits having like actual proper like sword fights. And the Gyan enables that with its fencing kind of design. It's an elegant mobile suit for a total fucking dick in Makabe. And it is also like, it is going back to like build fighters. It is also the one like good thing I really like about mobile build fighters try is the character Gyanko, who is a lady that is just entirely obsessed with the Gyan, and so all of her mobile suits are designed after Gyan, and she has little like pigtails, and the like hair ties for her pigtails look like the Gyan shield, and Gyanko is very good.
Well, now I know my favorite character in the Gundam franchise.
Yeah,
I thought it was Char, but no.
Gyanko's amazing, and then there's a similar character in the first Build Fighters that is also obsessed with the Gyan that I think is technically her older brother. But Gyanko gets more time in the show, and she is very cool, and I like her, and I like the Gyan.
Nice. My number 4, and I should say my number 4, 3, and 2 are very themed, and they kind of tell a story. But my number 4 is the MS-06F Zaku 2, because the Zaku is fucking amazing. It's this big green suit with all these rounded edges. I love the red eye in the middle of the head, the weird sort of breathing apparatus tube around its head, which is not a breathing apparatus thing, but that's what it looks like. The spikes on the shoulders, the Zaku just speaks to me in a way like if I were enlisting with one of the armies, I would enlist with the Zeons, even though they're weird space Nazis, because I'd get to fly a fucking Zaku. And the Gundam is cool, but it's no Zaku, because it's also green, and it has so much attitude, and again, it is completely form over function, but the Zaku, which is the first suit you see in the series,
yep,
I just love it to death. I don't even know if I can fully explain why. I just see the Zaku, and it is the one that Sean, like, the base design, because the next two might build on it in a different way.
Interesting.
As a base design, like, that's when I knew I liked Gundam mechs on their own terms, was, like, realizing how much I loved the Zaku. Because it also, if we're just talking about the animation of the original series, I think the way the Zaku and its descendants are animated is like makes the best use of the very like rounded animation style, very handcrafted. It just looks so good. Like the Gundam honestly sometimes benefits from like the CGI-ification. I feel like the Zaku loses a little something when it is not this like 70s ass, like very rounded, very like mid-period anime style. So that's the Zaku.
I respect the choice. Before I say my next one, I've pulled up. I just want to show you a picture of Gyanko because I think you'll like her. She's very good.
And this is from the show you think is the worst Gundam show.
Yeah, no, it's an incredibly boring show, but like the character designer is the same character designer from the very good Gundam Build Fighters.
Can't be that bad. It's got Gyanko. I'm kidding. We'll find out in maybe 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, if you ever watch Build Fighters Try, we'll see if you were able to watch all the things that show because it is very. I mean, it's mostly that the main characters fucking suck.
How many episodes is it?
It's like 24
I can do
24
that.
to 26. Yeah,
You did it.
I did it. You know, eventually I'll get around to Build Divers, which is the next one.
Sean, I've been into this thing for a month and I've bought 4 books. Come on.
All right, let's move on to my number 4. It's the RB-79, The Ball. My boy, my beautiful boy, the only mobile pod I believe that exists in the entire franchise of Mobile Suit Gundam. I don't think that page has anything else on the Gundam Wiki. The Ball is not a mobile suit. It's not a mobile armor. It is just, it is what it is. It's a fucking ball with a big cannon on the top of it. and like little tiny wimpy arms. It's not featured all that much in the original show because they only kind of have it in at the very end. But it is just, I love the visual of like this. This is why the Zaku is the most devastating fucking invention in the history of warfare, is because the thing that people were using before the Zaku is this dumb fucking metal ball floating through space with a little viewport and little tiny arms and just a big gun on top. It is the goofiest looking thing in the world. Again, it like one thing that really elevates it is it does have one kick-ass action sequence from the beginning of 08th MS Team, which is just fucking cool, and it's a really awesome way to like show off that your pilot for this show is going to be very good, is that he's able to be cool in a ball in like the objectively dumbest mech ever created. But it's supposed to be the dumbest mech, and that's why I love it so much. Like you said, like the bear guy is one that you don't want a gunpla of, you just want a big fucking plush doll of. I want a bear guy, but I also want just a big plush ball that like just like you could use as a pillow because I love it so much.
Yeah, I considered the ball, but thinking that its most standout sequence to me is in a different show, and we're thinking about like the specific original Mobile Suit Gundam kind of was the thing that allowed me to kind of leave it off the list. And it also is very different than the others, but I'm really glad it's yours, and I'm glad it's that fucking high, because the ball is awesome.
I mean, because one of the things that also is just factors in it for me is that, as someone who's seen all the Gundam, like, series, there is nothing that looks like the ball. They've never done the ball ever again. There's the Kapool from Turn A Gundam, that's also a little bit in Double Zeta, that has a ball-like aesthetic, but it's not the ball. It's not as dumb. It doesn't just have a big fuck-off cannon on the top of its head. I love the ball. I love balls. Sean Chapman. Hey, quote me on it.
Well, now I know I'm going to have to rewrite our iTunes description. Okay. My number 3 is the MSO6S Zaku 2 command type, also known as Char's Red Custom Zaku. And I just wrote in my notes, it's a Zaku, which is already awesome, but red, which is even better. And I feel like I don't know what to say.
It's 3 times as fast, baby.
3 times as fast. It's fucking cool. And this is one where I think some of the other Gundam shows does feed into this for me, because it's not a different design necessarily. It's like altered a little bit. But when you see the red custom Zaku in action at the Battle of Loom in Gundam The Origin, which that is the gunpla I have my eyes on for the one I want to buy first. I'm just like, I haven't pulled the trigger yet because I'm also not at my actual home right now. I'm in Colorado. That's the one I want to build most, because it's like they perfected the design just enough, and like seeing it fully in action, and it expresses Char's personality so perfectly, and the red looks so good on that Zaku. God damn, I love this suit.
The custom command type Zaku is very good. I know that because my number 3 is the MSOX or 06F Zaku 2 /S, the command type. Because again, I squashed them all together for my list. Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything you've said about both the Zaku 2s. I think my personal favorite little detail for Char's Zaku 2 is that it's not just red, it's also got a little tiny horn on top.
It does.
Other than that, it's almost identical. It's just got a little. I don't know why the horn says, I want my fucking little horn.
So I got 3 things. I need you to paint it red. I need you to remove the limiters, and I need you to put a little horn on top.
Yep, it's perfect.
That is my biggest complaint with the Origin song, Sean, is we don't see the scene where he like makes his custom. I want to see the scene where he's talking to the mechanic, and I want it to be the same guy who does this Yang thing, and be like, okay, you've got my Zaku, great. I need you to do these 3 things, and that guy being like, who the fuck are you?
Like, I just, like, imagine him, like, he's walking into, like, the fucking construction yard, and there's just, like, a big discarded piece of metal that was, like, ripped off of, like, one of the other mobile suits, and it's just, like, kind of in the shape of the little, like, curved horn. He's like, stick that thing on its head. It looks awesome.
Now I'm imagining like a montage where he's doing that, and like he takes off the cloak and like ties it around his waist because he's like getting ready to work, and he gets a fucking can of spray paint, and he just goes up and they do like a big musical montage as he's like spray painting his Zaku.
And he's just got like 7 different spray cans that are all different shades of red. Because it's like this part's like a deeper red, this is slightly more pink. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. So yeah, the command type Zaku is great, but also just the core Zaku 2, it's one of like the all-time great mecha designs in the history of the genre. Like, I mean, it is the mecha design, I think, from Gundam that more than anything else changed the way that mecha were designed from that point forward. It is the design from Mobile Suit Gundam that to me like epitomizes the idea of the real robot. Like particularly the standard grunt version that is green doesn't have the horn to make it look extra cool. It is like a big stocky tank, but it still has enough of like the human form to like give you all like the stuff that I like from mechs, that I like to have them be bipedal and look like people. I don't want them to just be like Metal Gears or something I'm not into. And the Zaku 2 has that of like, it's the perfect middle ground of like, it has the kind of human elements that you want, that like super robot shows have, to make it kind of uncanny, while it is clearly designed as a mass-produced, heavily manufactured weapon of war. It's got one of the best like weapon designs of like both the Heat Hawk, which is this big axe, looks cool, but then also the machine gun that the Zaku 2 has, which is like based off of a World War I design that has a big round drum magazine on top. Like it's a really sort of striking design that both like, because guns normally don't quite look like that, it looks a little bit fantastical, but it is so based in a real like actual rifle design that it still evokes everything you need to get across like this sense of the verisimilitude of the conflict that these people are engaging with. You know, like that first shot of the Zaku 2 eye coming into frame and the brom noise that they use for it.
The eye really ties it together.
Yeah, the eye ties it together in that, and just everything in that first episode and the way they're shot in that first episode in particular, like the Zaku coming up from behind the tree and the birds flying away, or the Zaku firing on a hangar full of people and the shells from the rifle falling down and being the size of the car that Amuro is driving in. It's really the way they're filmed in that first episode in particular that elevates the Zaku 2 to this high up on my list.
Got one last thing to say.
Yeah.
Everything is red. It really is a good color, isn't it?
It really is a good color.
I have such a giant collection of Char pictures on my desktop right now.
He's a beautiful boy.
I love him. All right, my number 2 is the MS-07B Goof. So now you're taking a Zaku but making it bigger and giving it big shoulder spikes and a giant electric whip, and it's blue. Fuck yeah, I love this thing. Plus Ramba Ral pilots it and he's the best, so... ... Those were my notes, which was just kind of breathless. I love the Goof. Sean, you have all of your Gunpla here that you've built, and you have the big custom Goof, which is from 08MS team, which is probably the best version of the Goof, but it's not that far off from the original, and the original Goof is just... It really cemented for me watching the movies again, too. I think the Goof is probably the most striking of the sort of mass-produced Zeon ones, because it's got everything you love about the Zaku, but it's just even stockier, it's even more sort of outlandish, and I think blue, as much as I love red as a color on these suits, there's something about the blue that really works with these episodes, and I think it also works with the characters who pilot it. Like, I think it being Ramba Ral being the most notable Goof pilot in the original show, and then what was his name? Norris something?
I forget the full name.
In 8th MS team. Like, I feel like people who pilot Goofs tend to also be sort of big personalities who like fit the suit. I really love it. It is so cool. The one you've got here, the biggest thing that the custom one has is it adds these big spikes on the shoulders that come in, and I love that. And then also the weaponry, of course. But of course, in the original show, I love all the stuff with the fucking whip and how they have to design that. And the Goof is part of probably... my 2 favorite fights are Duel in Texas and Ramba Ral's Attack, and it's always hard for me to choose between them. I think just as a fight, the Goof versus the Gundam is the best one in terms of choreography and animation. It's very close, though, and the Goof definitely gets points for that.
The Goof is very good. But my number 2 is the RX-782 experimental prototype close combat Earth Federation mobile suit, codenamed the Gundam. The original Gundam is not my favorite of the Gundam designs in the whole franchise. I particularly like the Gundam Mark II from Zeta Gundam. But the first Gunpla I made, I'm going to grab him, my boy, was a model of the original Gundam from the first show, because it felt like if you're going to pick a first mobile suit to build, it might as well be the first mobile suit. And I think when I watched the show the first time, I probably felt similar to how you were talking about the Gundam, of that it's not as sexy as the Xeon ones. It doesn't get to like kind of be as weird and kind of offbeat. It has to kind of follow a certain set of design principles, partially from the Super Robot shows that preceded Gundam, and then partially because the Gundam design has become so ubiquitous, both obviously within the franchise, where every single new Gundam show has to have its own version of some kind of Gundam, but also in mecha in general, it is just a design that has, you know, suffused entirely into like Japanese culture and our culture, and you cannot escape the design of the Gundam.
Like, seriously, I feel like someone who made Transformers should have been sued over this.
Yes, no, definitely. But when you, with your own two hands, your own trembling hands that have never really put together a plastic model like this, and one wrong snip and the whole thing comes apart, when you are taking the pieces of this thing and fitting it together, and you're putting together the torso, and then you build an arm, another arm, a head, and the legs. Because you're like, well, the legs aren't necessary, but might as well make it. You know, might as well make it 100% complete. And then, you know, and you're shaving off the nubs at the end of each piece, and you're putting together the beam sabers and putting into the slot, and trying different poses with the different weapons, because you have a bazooka and the beam rifle and the shield, and then especially then when you get out little markers and you make little panel lines along the little to add extra sort of shadowing to the details, and you're learning all of this for the first time, you get to understand the design of a mobile suit so intimately. And I think the Mobile Suit Gundam, the original Gundam, is there's a reason why everything has been designed off of it as a model, and we are so used to seeing it that I think it's easy to kind of pass over what it is, and kind of, you know, you don't kind of take it all in. But the elegance of the balance of the colors, the way that it evokes everything about the Super Robot show, but then of the Super Robot kind of design, but then also centering it in something that can be made as terrifying, as you point out, as the Gundam often is in this show. Like, it is the epitome of what Gundam does in blending the Super Robot genre with this new, more realistic genre it's trying to bring in to existence, and it is where all the friction is met between those two things. And if the Zaku 2 is the design that sort of the whole concept of the real robot is centered on, it is the Gundam as this anchor point between those two things, this fulcrum that sort of creates the interesting friction that designs the show and defines it. Like, the Gundam is the suit that does that. And there is a reason why from that point forward, every single one of these shows needs to have some sort of mobile suit that is a response to the design of the RX-78-2. It is a gorgeous design that is never that has the right amount of detail and the right amount of blockiness, so it always has a distinct silhouette and a distinct aesthetic, and you never lose it in the middle of a fight. It is designed so purely to the purposes of the TV show, and also as a toy. It just fills all the kind of mission statements that it needs so elegantly, there's one other mobile suit I maybe like a little bit more, but the RX-78-2 Gundam has left its mark on the history of culture of all of humanity in a way that is undeniable.
Absolutely. My number one is the YMS-15 Gyan, because it's a fucking Arthurian knight as a mobile suit. And it is also, I think, and again, this is where I'm not sure which fight I prefer. They're just so good. But I do think in motion, just on its own, the Gyan maybe gets the best animation in the TV series, because it's only there for one episode, but it leaves such an impression. It is so outlandish. It is so a part of Makuve's very flamboyant personality. It is so memorable. I love it so much. I've been thinking a lot about the different genres of games I want Gundam versions of. My biggest one is I do want a Gundam Fire Emblem, or if your frame of reference is XCOM, Gundam XCOM, because I feel like that would be actually truest to like the show of like doing tactical battles, but then you get to like zoom in and see the robots fighting would be really cool. But the other one is, because of the Gyan, I want Gundam Dark Souls.
Oh, 100%. Yes.
I don't really know what it would be, but I want Gundam Dark Souls because the Gyan would be a fucking amazing Dark Souls boss. It basically is. The Gyan is basically a Dark Souls boss as a giant fucking mech, And that's, I feel like my two big discoveries of passions this summer were Dark Souls, which if you've heard the main podcast, you heard me, wax poetic about, and Mobile Suit Gundam. And I feel like the Gyan is where they meet and make sweet love. And so that's why it's my number one here.
I'm glad, Jonathan, that I had not thought about it, that like you in a very short span of time, you have been able to awaken to the reality of the best video game that will unfortunately almost certainly never get made is Mobile Suit Dark Souls. Like, it's something that many of us have been dreaming about for years now, of just like, it especially, it is like the Duel in Texas episode is the episode that does it, of like the Gundam coming into this just like devastated, like destroyed space colony with like just little tumbleweeds and just dust blowing through the air, and the Gundam silhouetted against everything with this long shadow as it's coming into this empty, deserted space colony, and then fighting this giant, weird knight mobile suit. It is like the epitome of that dream. And yes, I can only respect your choice of the Gyan. That centers something that you now have to suffer along with all of us, waiting for the day that Miyazaki sees the light and decides to make Mobile Suit Dark Souls.
Absolutely. It doesn't even need to technically be the Gundam license. I just want him to do it with big mech designs and go hire some of the Gundam people, because there's been a lot of them now. Yes. And someone could do it, and it would be awesome. The Estus flask would just be oil you pour over the joints. It'd be great.
It would be perfect.
All right, well, I'm excited to hear your number one. I think I know what it is.
My number one, this is a choice that the moment this boy stumbled onto the screen, the first time I watched Mobile Suit Gundam, I just knew immediately, this is it. This is the second Gunpla I ever made, is the MS-07B Goof. My beautiful blue boy. He is just... I made the MS-07A Goof custom from 08th MS Team before I had even seen 08th MS Team, because it was the only one that was available. And I was like, this is a Goof that just has a giant fucking Gatling gun attached to the end of the shield. That is very, very cool. But I love the Goof custom. It is my favorite version of the Goof. But we are talking about Mobile Suit Gundam, and you cannot talk about the Goof without talking about the mustachioed hero that is Ramba Ral, that pilots the Goof. And it is that moment where the Goof comes on screen, and at this point, Amuro has, his fights have not been easy, because he doesn't know what he's doing. But Amuro had never been at like real physical threat at that point in the show, because the Gundam is so overwhelmingly more powerful than everything else. And then all of a sudden, over this hill comes this big blue mobile suit that looks enough like a Zaku that you see where it comes from. You see why the Zaku is the MS-06 and this is the MS-07. But it has the little horn. It has the little horn that Char got on his Zaku 2, and it has big fucking shoulders on its spike pad, or on its shoulder pads. It's got a fucking sword. It's got a big heat rod whip that comes out that fucking will whip you and then shock you. And it's big and bulky and intimidating, and it's piloted by a big, bulky, intimidating man, and is the thing that teaches Amuro that the Gundam is not, the biggest, baddest thing around. That is not just about your mobile suit. It is also about whoever is piloting it. And when that moment where the Goof comes in and just kicks Amuro's fucking ass, you have no choice but to fall in love with it. And then everything else of his fight, the fight between the Gundam and the Goof is gorgeous. And when the hands get cut off, or when Ramba Ral pushes aside the molten remains of his cockpit so he can see better. And everything with that fight and the way that the Goof is used in Mobile Suit Gundam, and then in the rest of the whole franchise, it is just beautiful. It is big. It is scary. It is the Zaku that has come to show up to fuck you up. And it is, as Ramba Ral very emphatically tells Amuro in their first encounter, this is not a Zaku, boy. This is not a Zaku.
Oh man, I love it. I'm so happy we got this. We haven't focused enough on the suits, so this was a fun list to do.
The original Mobile Suit Gundam has by far my favorite overall mobile suit designs from the whole franchise. There are lots of mobile suits from all the other shows that I like quite a bit, but the first show just has all the fucking designs are just fucking killer. There's only a couple of some of the mobile armors near the end of the show are a little bit kind of whatever, but other than that, all the major mobile suits are just one killer design after the next.
Oh yeah, it's part of what keeps it so fresh. Like we've talked about this before, the episodic structure of Gundam would not work if every part of it wasn't firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
It would get real boring real fast if like the goof wasn't there and it was just like a purple Zaku or something.
Yeah.
Like without the other little changes that make it look so good. All right, let's do the top 10 character names, and instead of going back and forth on these, I just want to deliver them separately because
that makes sense. Yeah.
Mine kind of tells a story. That was the easiest way to rank these for me.
Yes.
So, 2 honorable mentions on mine.
Okay.
Tem Ray. Great name, Amuro's dad. Amuro Ray is a cool name, but then you realize his dad was just named Tem. Tem Ray. Love it. And I also think Cameron Bloom deserves some love because it's the closest Gundam comes to a real person's name, but it's still just like 10 degrees off.
Yep.
And I love it. All right. My number 10 is the lowest because I don't actually think it's said on screen, but it is his canonical name. Uh-huh. This is the original white base captain, Paulo Cassius. Mm-hmm. Captain Paulo Cassius is a great fucking name.
You're right. I do not believe this ever. Maybe they say like Paulo Taicho or something like that. It's or Concho at some point, but they never say his full name. That doesn't matter. They still came up with the best possible name for that character.
Absolutely, and it's funny because I wasn't even aware of it until I was on the Gundam wiki doing research for this, and it came up, and I'm like, that's on the list.
Yep.
So there you go. My number 9 is Chalia Bull. Got cut from the movie for good reason, but he has a great name.
Uh-huh.
He is Chalia Bull. Just also, again, most of these you also have to imagine them being said by the actors in Japanese.
Yes.
And it's even better. Number 8, the best part of an unfairly maligned episode of Gundam is Kukuru's Doan. Because Kukuru's Doan is an amazing character name. And Kukuru's Doan's Island sounds like the best children's show we never got. Where he just teaches you things every week while fighting off big mobile suits from Zeon. That'd be pretty great. Because Kukuru's Doan is great. Number 7 is Woody Tai, Lieutenant Woody, who, I didn't know this, his last name, his full name is Woody Malden. Which is even better, but I also just think there's something about saying Wurudi Tai, which is like, you have to like include in some of these their like ranks in Japanese because that completes the picture. And Woody Tai, it's just really good. Really good. Number 6 is Isolina Eskonbach. Which again, Eskon, they don't say the full name ever, I think. You know that she is an Eskonbach because you hear like her father's name.
Yes.
But Isolina Eskonbach is a great character name that also just is a memorable figure in the show. But I love that their idea of like, okay, we've got to introduce, they're going across North America right now. There's like this noble family, they're really rich. What's the last name of the family going to be? Eskonbach. Yeah, that sounds good. That sounds like a rich, wealthy, like elite character name. What's the like daughter who's in love with Garma, who's kind of an elitist to himself? Isolina. Put it together, Isolina Eskonbach. It's like chocolate and peanut butter. I love it.
Yeah. And specifically, I want to point out, because I think it's even better, in Japanese, it's pronounced Eskonbacha is how it's said, which is, it's a great name.
Yes. You'll notice I mostly avoided main characters here because...
I did the same.
Yeah,
it was too hard to rank.
Right.
Yeah, like Shara's novel, I don't know how to...
Shara's novel is great, but I don't know where to put it.
Yeah.
There's one major-ish character who I couldn't leave off, and that is my number 5, Frau Bo. Because Frau Bo, and I just love... They never say Frau... It's always... I mean, I know they do sometimes, but usually it is you have to say the full name. You have to say Frau Bo. And it is such a Japanese version of a Western name. It's kind of like the prototypical Gundam name in a sense, especially because it's one of the first ones you ever hear, you know?
Yeah.
And, Frau Bo. And I also just want to say the mobile suit that she never pilots but would be born for her is the Brow Bro, which is Shalia Bull's giant psycho mobile suit. I feel like Frau Bo and the Brow Bro never got together. That's too bad.
Yeah, so hopefully we could create some sort of like manga spin-off of the Elseworlds version where Frau Bo gets in the Brow Bro and finds that she's a new type.
She visits Kukuru's Doan's island.
Yes.
Does that. All right, number 4, Slegger Law.
Uh-huh.
Which is great on its own, Slegger Law. But especially in Japanese, Sregachui.
Yep.
I love every time they say Sregachui, and I think that's why he rises this high. My number 3 is Ramba Ral, who you know I love. I love especially if you roll the R's, Ramba Ral. It's so good. He is my Twitter avatar right now because he's a big, beautiful, handsome man, and I love him. But my number 2 is Jimbaral, because it's even better that Rambaral is a character, and he had a father named Jimbaral.
Yep.
And my number 1 is the only one it ever could be, a beautiful blonde boy, Job John. Which I don't know if you've been following my screenshots of this, but my Dragon Quest Builders 2 character is named Job John. And it is so perfect for that game and that story that everyone's coming around asking me to build shit, and they're always calling me Job John.
Yep. I named my dog in Dragon Quest Builders 2 Job John.
Nice. But yes, Job John.
If I ever get a dog in real life, I might just name the dog Job John.
That'd be great.
Good dog name.
Great dog name, absolutely. Job John is not really a character in the show. He's in the background of a couple of shots, but he's got the best fucking name. Job John.
It's very good.
Again, if I ever have a kid, he will be Job John Lack, and I might get divorced over that, but it's happening.
Very good.
Your 10.
I'll go through my 10. So, like you, I avoided any of the main character names because I didn't know, like, Amuro Ray is an amazing name. Like, Amuro as a first name is perfect because it's very good to be sung.
Amuro.
Yeah. And then, in Char's novel, Bright Note, like, a lot of the main character names I avoided. They're great, but I just didn't know how to rank them. But there, of course, is one that you cannot ignore, which is my number 10, Frau Bo.
There we go. We both had the same thought.
Frau Bo, it is, especially because the first time I watched the show, it took me the longest time to realize, or I just couldn't figure out, was Frau her first name? Or is she German? Like, because it's clearly supposed to evoke some sort of vague Germanness, which is true of most of the names in Gundam, is either they have a name that is just literally Japanese, like Hayato Kobayashi, or they have a name that is evoking some sort of nationality, like Frau Bo. Frau is a German term for, like, Mr., basically. I don't know why that's part of her name, but it's spelled differently. It's F-R-A-W, not F-R-A-U, so it's just totally differently. At some point,
I would love if there was just
Frau Bo.
I would love if there was just this random teenage girl on a space base, and they all run around calling her Frau Bo, but her name is just Bo.
Yes,
and she's Frau Bo.
But yeah,
she's very proper German etiquette.
It's a very weird name. I love it, Frau Bo, and just hearing people say Frau Bo, it's awesome, amazing name. My number 9 is Lieutenant Woody, because I think it's even funnier just saying it in English, because Lieutenant Woody, I don't even need them. Like, Malden is a great weird last name that they never say on the show, but just them showing up and meeting a guy named Lieutenant Woody is so funny to me. And also brings a thing I guess I just should also say is, for me, the eternal struggle of figuring out how surnames and given names work in the Gundam universe.
That's very true.
Next to military ranks and knowing Japanese name orders. Because in Japanese, the surname comes first and the given name comes after. So so technically, like, if you're saying Hayato's name in Japanese, it should be Kobayashi Hayato. But in Gundam, as is like common with a lot of anime not like set in like a contemporary or historical Japanese setting, the character names have a Western order of the given name and the surname. So Hayato is a given name in Japanese, and it comes first order in Gundam, so it's Hayato Kobayashi. The problem is, though, that in Japanese and in English, when you say someone's name and give them a military ranking, you would say their surname and then give them their military ranking. So someone like Bright Noah is his surname, so you're supposed to say, like, Noah Concho for, like, Captain Noah, but everyone calls him Bright Concho for Captain Bright. But then you have some characters like General Revel, where he's called Revel, so I don't know, is his last name Revel or is his first name Revel? Is everyone in the Gundam universe weirdly impolite to everyone and just saying, like Lieutenant Jonathan is basically what they're saying? It's very weird.
It's like if you said, instead of General Patton, you said General George.
Exactly. It's like, what? Like, and it just feels like something that I don't know if Tomino ever sat down and actually thought about how weird that was. Because also, I want to make it clear, like, there are lots of great weird names in other Gundam properties, but it is Yoshiyuki Tomino is the man who is the master of naming. He names most of the mobile suits. He was the one who named most of these characters. he is the guy you come to in any show headed by fucking Tomino. Tomino is the only person who would give the protagonist of Turn A Gundam is a boy named Lauren. He's the only one who would ever do that, and it's spelled Loran, but it's supposed to be pronounced Lauren. And it sometimes goes undercover as a female character that's supposed to be Lauren, spelled Lauren, because Tomino is a fucking genius. So sorry, I just had to get all that off my chest.
It's good. It's good.
My number 8 is Kukuru's Doen in his Island of Adventure.
That's my number 8 also.
Yeah, Kukuru's Doen. It's the right place for him. Like, it's a, not a great episode, but it is a great character name. My next 2 are characters whose their first names are only ever said on the show. And they're very minor characters, but I love them so much. It's our 2 boys up in the crow's nest that are basically the ones who, are telling all the technical information. One of them is named Oscar Dublin. They only ever call him Oscar, but if you go on the wiki, you find out his last name is Dublin, which is very funny because they do visit Dublin in Mobile Suit Gundam.
There's a missing episode where he is visiting the town and feeling a weird sense of heritage.
Yeah, maybe he's the son of the mayor of Dublin, Oscar Dublin. And then the other one is Marker Clan.
I only knew they were Oscar and Marker. I didn't know it was Marker Clan.
His name is Marker fucking Clan. And it is just Oscar Dublin and Marker Clan. Oscar is the one with glasses. Marker Clan is the one that doesn't have glasses, if you want to identify them. But they're such good names. My number 5 is Ramba Rao. This is we talked about about Ramba Rao. He's great. My number 4, Job John. Just, it rolls off the tongue. It is just one of the all-time great moments in Mobile Suit Gundam. The first time that Amuro just says Job John, and you're like, wait, that dude's name is Job John? Again, calling into question, is John is his surname? He's Mr. John? His dad is Gary John? What is this family? My number 3 is Shalia Bull. Another name that it's aesthetically so pleasing. It's a name that you can only ever say the full name. He's not Shalia, he's Shalia Bull. A name so good that's just basically the name of the episode he's in.
When I knew that there was an episode coming up called The New Type Shalia Bull, because I had the file list of all my episodes, and I thought until I saw that episode that was the name of one of the mechs. Yeah, it sounds like it should be a mech, but it's a person, and that makes it even better.
Yeah, the New Type Shalia Bull is just, he's not necessarily an amazing character. It's not one of the great episodes, but it is just a classic name. My number 2 is Slegger Law, because
Sregachui.
Yep, because Tomino decided that, we needed someone to replace Ryu, and so let's have an American character on the show. We have 2 American characters. Lieutenant Woody obviously is an American. His name is fucking Woody. Slegger Law is the best fake American character name ever, and this big, dopey fucking blonde dude walking around slapping people and eating hamburgers, and his name is Slegger Law, is one of the greatest gifts that Yoshiki Tomino gave to the world. But there is one name in Mobile Suit Gundam that is better than Slegger Law, and that's Jim Morale. You can't have a guy named Ram Morale and then have him just drop in the middle of a conversation that is named Jimba. Because it's so dumb. You just took the first 3 letters
and put Jim instead of Ram.
Yep.
I love also, there's something about Jimba came first.
Yeah.
Not in the show, but he was named Jimba Rao and named his kid Ramba.
Oh god, Jimba Rao.
Sean, I love that this is a classic, wonderful series with really deep, meaningful themes about war and killing and death and all this stuff. And we talk about war in the pocket and how it opens a child's eyes to the realities of war. But it's also got names like Jim Burrell that we can just laugh at. That I feel is maybe this ultimate secret sauce of Gundam.
Because I have to say, this is the hardest I've ever laughed doing this podcast. Because holy shit. And then I just have to shout out one name, because we talked after the recording of the last podcast, we were talking a little bit about Zeta Gundam stuff, Jonathan, and this makes me comfortable saying this because I know that you know it. In Zeta Gundam, you find this out in the first episode, Char has been going by a fake name the entire time.
Char is also a fake name.
Well, yeah, he's going by another fake name, which is Quattro Vagina. Mm-hmm. Quattro Vagina, and if you're wondering if vagina sounds a lot like vagina, it is literally one accent mark away from just the way you'd spell vagina in Japanese, like the English word vagina. And he just goes around calling himself Quattro Vagina. And the Quattro Vagina is hands down the best name in the Gundam franchise. You can never be beaten.
I just love that he emphatically moves up the ranks of name. He is born Casval Zun.
Casval Rim Daikun.
Casval Rem Daikun, which is a great name.
Yeah.
He adopts the identity of Char Aznable, which is an even better name, and then he adopts the identity, which I don't think he stole from anyone, he just came up with.
He just came up with it, as far as I know.
Which is Quattro Vagina. Like, that dude has name game going strong.
It's very good. And now, Jonathan, before we move on to our episode ranking, I do just want to list off some of the other names that I didn't put in. Some of these are just because the names are so obscure and you almost never hear them that it just would feel weird to put them in. But, some of the other crew on the White Base include a man named Sun Mallow. You've got Omar Fang. Omar Fang got very close to being put on my list.
That sounds like a Hong Kong action star that we never got in the 80s.
Yeah, Omar Fang didn't quite make it past Oscar Dublin, Market Clan. I put Oscar Dublin, Omar Fang, or Oscar Dublin, Market Clan on there. Omar Fang didn't quite make it. But so you've got them. That's very good. Some of the other Earth Federation people, you've got Gop. That's just his name, Gop.
I do remember that.
Admiral Joaquin is just a good name. I like Admiral Joaquin. Of course, we have Tim Ray. Let's move on to some of the other people. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay, here we go. This is what I was looking for. The name of Frau Bo's mother, which is never said in the show, but her name is Fambo. Fambo, mother of Frau Bo. Legend.
That's up there with Jimba and Ramba Ral.
Yep. One of the children on Kukuru's Doan's Island is named Rowan Chuan. One of the admirals for the Zeons is called Admiral Twaning. You've got one of the Zeon pilots who is a Rickdon pilot who is named Buttsham. His name is just Buttsham. That's it.
That sounds like something you'd see in a Bed Bath & Beyond in the As Seen on TV aisle.
Yep.
It's the Buttsham.
Buttsham. You've got Lieutenant Slender. You've got Tachi O'Hara. You've got Conscon. You've got Urgan. Some of these other... Smith Onizawa. That's just a good name. And then, let's see, where's the... oh, yes. And then I also really love the names of the three Black Tri-Stars are Gaia, Ortega, and Mash, which are three good names for three bad dudes.
Gaia, Ortega, and Mash also sounds like it could be a folk trio,
yes.
And I love that about it.
But, just the point being, if you haven't looked at the list of characters from Mobile Suit Gundam on the Gundam Fandom Wiki, you have not lived yet, because it is a good fucking time.
Sean, you and I have both written a lot of fiction in our lives.
Yeah.
And honestly, one of the hardest things is coming up with character names, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
I wish I could do it with the reckless abandon that Yoshiyuki Tomino attacks things with, because he has achieved a level of enlightenment with character names that nobody in the history of fiction has matched, and I want to know his secret. Like Siddhartha style, I want to go sit under the tree with him and figure this shit out.
And he will tell you that if you're going to have a corrupt businessman in your TV show, you should name him Bergamino.
All right, you want to do the top 10 episodes?
Let's do the top 10 episodes and wrap up.
Yes, let's move through this faster than we did the mechs, because we've talked about all of these.
Yes.
My number 10 favorite episode of Gundam is Re-Entry to Earth, episode 5.
Good one.
Just as solid as it gets. It is, I think, one of the most exemplary of like the early stretch of Gundam, like the sort of the most episodic stretch of Gundam and the most formulaic. But here, the way they're operating the formula is that it's not just Char attacks them when they're going around the moon or something like that, or when they're going to get salt, which we'll see later on the list. But it is they're getting down to Earth, and it is having to navigate the gravity well of Earth with flying the Gundam, Char making an attack, and I think what ties the whole episode together is the end where you find out Char had this contingency plan the whole time of he steered them down into Garma's territory in North America and fucked up their whole plan. And so even though he lost, he really won. And it is, like I said, as solid as this kind of Gundam episode gets.
Yes, and that is also the episode that introduces us to the Gundam Hammer, which
Yes.
is amazing.
Also, one thing I do like in the movie, I love the weird film he puts over the Gundam in the TV show to like do the heat sink, but in the movie they do it more like it's just a piece of the Gundam, and he like turns, like he goes forward and flies, and it's like this shield that comes up. It's really cool in the movie how they reanimate that.
Yeah, they definitely sort of figured out how to make
Yes.
the Gundam re-entry way more plausible than weird like heat coating film that he just pulls out of some like slot.
But they also got rid of the Gundam Hammer, and what the hell are you doing? Gundam Hammer's awesome.
Gundam Hammer is great. My number 10 is episode 18, Zeon's Secret Mine, which is the episode that comes between Amuro deserting the White Base and him fighting Ramba Ral again. And it's one of those episodes that one reason I really like it is it's so different for Amuro because he is out of the White Base completely. He's not on the White Base for 1 second of that entire episode, which is maybe the only episode for which that is true. It's got some great stuff between Amuro and Fraubo and her trying to get him to come back to the White Base. But then it's also got one of like the all-time great endings to Gundam episodes, which Gundam just most episodes have killer endings. But him blowing up this mine, thinking that he's dealing some decisive blow against Zeon's like sort of whole Odessa kind of operation, and then him realizing that this is one of literally hundreds of mines they have, and how foolish and naive he has been, and then going and encountering just one random Zeon soldier in the wreckage of all the shit he's destroyed, and just cupping water in his hand and going over and trying to give him some water and walking away is one of those moments from a Gundam episode that I will never forget.
Yeah, one of my favorites, not on the list, but it was on my honorable mentions list.
Yeah.
Number 9 for me is The Winds of War, episode 8, which is the episode where they declare a ceasefire. This is the one where they're looking for salt, right?
Yeah, there's a couple of episodes where they're looking for salt.
Okay,
I think this is where like the salt thing is introduced.
But it's also because they are it's this whole plot. This is completely removed in the movies, but you have the other refugees from Side 7 on the ship. They want to get off. They declare the ceasefire with Zeon so they can let the soldiers go. That, and then there's a bunch of just really good tactical stuff that is like my bread and butter for this kind of storytelling, where they hide the Gundam in the ship and they have a whole plan to like get back at the Zeons, while Char and Garma are both kind of manipulating events against the White Base. But then you also have this thread through here of this young mother on the White Base who is trying to get to her hometown that is nearby. And she goes there, on her way there, 2 Zeon pilots of like a normal like core fighter style plane come by and give her some help, and we realize these are 2 really decent men. It's maybe our first, because Ramba Ral we don't know yet.
Yeah.
So this is like our first indication of like Zeon characters who are not villains in any way. There's normal guys doing their job, and they're very nice to this woman. And at the end of the episode, they get in a fight with Amuro. They don't die, but Amuro shoots them down. And you kind of see the Gundam as something terrifying for the first time. And I think for me, this was a turning point in Gundam, just not just being a show that was on its surface amazingly good and entertaining and solid, but the depth it could plumb through these stories was really extraordinary. And I think it's a really important episode for that reason.
Yeah, absolutely. My number 9 is episode 10, Garma's Fate, Garuma Chiru, which is a great, I love, every time because you have Suzuki says all the titles of the episodes in Japanese, and Garuma Chiru is one of the best. So this is the episode where Garma dies. It's where we meet Iselina Rosenbacher for the first time. And it's just one of like the great tactics episodes of Gundam, and just one of the most distinctive looking ones of everything, with like the bridge of the White Base being in like night mode, and then flying through this destroyed, bombed out city, and then having to hide inside a just like desiccated baseball dome to hide away from the gun, or from the all the ships that Garma has brought in. And then this is where Char betrays Garma. The fucking White Base comes out, and this is where Bright gives, I think this is the first time he ever just goes like, all cannons fire, and just everybody shoots, destroys Garma. And then Char fucking phones up Garma and says, resent that you were born to the zombie family, because that is why you died. Ha 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 ha. And then Garp says, "You tricked me, Char. I'm going to go down with my ship and try to crash into the white base." The Bright has the white base do an emergency ascent to try to get up as fast as possible as the sun is rising as all this is happening. And then the Gao of the giant ship that Garma is in explodes in a massive explosion. And it's just one of the great action episodes of Gundam. It has just such a killer aesthetic. It's a huge turning point for the show. It is the first time that Char fully reveals the true dick that he is. And then you also just get a lot of great little moments of the Gundam fighting in urban combat, which you very rarely see. And so him fighting shooting a Zaku through a building with the bazooka and stuff like that. Also just lots of those really great little moments. And so as far as combat and tactics episodes, Garma's Fate is among the best.
I agree, because it's my number 8.
There we go.
Is Garma's Fate. Everything you said, so true. If it were just the scene where Char calls up Garma to gloat over his impending death, that would be enough for this list, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's everything else. This is easily on the short list of best animated Gundam episodes. I would say this or Duel in Texas, if you're just going for the whole episode, not just one sequence. Mm-hmm. Those are the 2 best animated episodes, and you can tell this was a giant turning point for the series, and they gave it all the love and care they could muster, and it is... Because also, you list all the things that happen, it's hard to remember that that's all one fucking episode. Yeah. And just, man, oh man. And also, it's so good that Gundam The Origin basically devoted an entire hour to prequelizing this 120 minutes of Gundam.
Yes.
It's that good. So, absolutely, that's my number 8. Your number 8.
Interesting, because my number 8 is Episode 8, Winds of War.
Yes.
Which you talked about. Obviously, it's one of those, it's one of, the more standalone episodes of Gundam, but it is... among, if not looking at my list, it maybe is the best of the truly standalone episodes of Gundam from that earlier part of the show. And it is, as you talked about, it is the episode that first fully kind of starts to humanize the idea that while Zeon are definitely not great, the individuals fighting in that army are not all evil. As the one Zeon pilot says to his buddy as they're going to go drop supplies for that woman and her child, is hey, man, the people up top don't understand the way that, people with families like us, the way that we think and the way that we care about this stuff.
They had no say in this. They didn't choose to drop the colony or start this stupid fucking war.
Yeah, they're just trying to do what they're doing, and they're clearly, so happy that they get to be on what is effectively a humanitarian mission in the middle of all this shit. And so everything you said about Winds of War is great. It's also, with Garma's Fate, a great example of tactics being used by the members of the White Base. All the tension of, Amuro sneaking around with the Gundam and trying not to be seen, and then, the light reflecting off the scope on his beam rifle, tipping off the pilots in the ship, and then that kind of kicking everything off. But then also, this is, again, another Gundam episode whose ending stands out so much in memory of the wife and child wandering through the kind of wasteland at night, trying to find the whatever town it is that her husband was from, and the Zeon pilots finding her and giving her the supplies, and then saying oh man, this area used to be this town, and then they leave, and she says, oh, it was St. Elmo or whatever the fuck it was, and then collapses to her knees crying, realizing that the horror of the war has not just taken the life of her husband, but the place where he literally grew up. The whole area has been destroyed and transformed from the horror of this war, which is a theme that is also picked up from the episode that deals mostly with the salt stuff, which is where the rivers are so different at this point. Rivers and lakes have been literally created from the bombed out craters of this war. That sense of the cost of this war, I think, is first made most poignant by Winds of War.
Absolutely. My number 7 is the series premiere Gundam Rising, Episode 1, which is as good an anime premiere as you could ever hope to have, cramming into 22 minutes what I think most anime would take 5 or 6 episodes to get through.
Yep.
Maybe that's on the high end, but I don't know, because you meet Amuro, you meet Char, you kind of get the 2 sides of the war, you get Fraubo losing her entire fucking family before our eyes, which is really, I think, the claiming what kind of show this is going to be moment. And
Poor
Fambo.
Fambo didn't make it.
Didn't even hear her name. And Amuro getting in the Gundam, that first fight is so fucking good with him blowing up the one engine, realizing he has to stab more precisely through the other engine, and just how much this episode plants a flag for what kind of show Gundam is going to be. This is as confident as I have ever been saying this Watch episode 1 of Gundam. If you like it, you will like the show. If you don't like it, the show's probably not for you. There are not a lot of shows where I could say watch 20 minutes and that's all you need to give it to know if you're going to like it. Gundam is that kind of show.
Absolutely. My number 7 is episode 28, Across the Atlantic Ocean.
High on my honorable mentions.
Yes, so this is the episode where Miharu meets her unfortunate fate. This is one of those, like, oftentimes you can kind of judge the quality of an episode of Gundam by how much they just put the episode in the movie, now that we've watched the movies, because most of this episode is just in the movie, and, you know, it focuses in on Kai, who is one of my favorite characters, and so him getting, like, this big story about him and Miharu is great. And it is, you know, it is one of those where you get to see a lot of things around the white base from a slightly different perspective because you're focusing on him and Miharu. You have some of those, like, good little scenes where, like, Amuro pops in. This is one of the episodes where Amuro is, like, the most absent in all of Gundam, and him just sort of seeing Kai sneak into the room with Miharu and him mistaking it for it being his girlfriend that he's kind of snuck on board. But then, of course, it is, like, the big standout sequence of the episode is the fight. Where Miharu is in the gun parry and is firing one of the torpedoes manually and then gets blasted off in what is like one of the most shocking deaths in the whole franchise. And then the whole sequence afterwards of Kai on the floor of the white base, just in tears, and him having this weird sort of surreal sequence of imagining Miharu talking to him. You have like this very strange kind of portrait of Miharu in like very high detail, her face and portrait behind him, talking to him about her children, and then Kai using this as this moment to find strength and to just dedicate himself to making sure that other people will not have to live a life like Miharu and her younger brother and sister had to live because of the war. And it just packs all that into a fucking ridiculously packed episode that delivers a real gut punch.
Abso-fucking-lutely. So, my number 6 is episode 21, Sorrow and Hatred, which is the death of Ryu, but it is also the death of Hamon, and symbolically Ramba Ral and his legacy, and all of his soldiers, obviously. And this episode is great for so many reasons. The big action sequence where Ryu dies and the information promulgates throughout the White Base crew, and then one of my favorite moves in the show where Amuro in the Gundam just kicks Hamon's ship away and shoots it, which is pretty fucking cool, but also sad. I think the biggest thing this episode does for me, and why it is the emotional centerpiece of the middle arc of the show, is it's not just Ryu dies, it's also Hamon. Like, you can't separate those two, and that the episode where Ramba Ral dies, the previous one, is not on my list. But Ramba Ral, I feel like his death is almost this episode, because that's like his legacy. And it is putting these two groups of characters who you love in conflict. I don't know about anyone else. I know you agree with me on this. I don't want Ramba Ral and Hamon to die.
God, no.
I don't want anyone on the White Base to die. I want both of these people to go live in harmony because there's absolutely no reason they should be fighting. They are two good groups of people who have like a strong moral consciousness. And it is the utter stupidity of war and this pointless, dumb war that the Zabi family has started that puts them into this conflict and makes for an unwinnable situation where one side is just completely decimated and the other is left so broken that the stoic Captain Bright is finally pushed to his knees and, forced to utter a primal scream. There is a power in that where I feel like that is one of the most elegant statements Gundam makes about war, is what everything builds up to and then culminates in this episode. It is absolutely incredible. And it's one of those things where it is thematically, it is Gundam in a nutshell.
Hell yes. My number 6 is episode 37, The Duel in Texas, what is the second. There's one better title I think we'll get to, but The Duel in Texas is a hell of a good title for an episode. This is...
it's the only title that could be both for Gundam and for Walker, Texas Rangers.
Exactly,
right?
Yes. We talked a lot about this episode already with like the Gyan and Makube and everything, but it is just, if you want to watch an episode of Gundam for the action, like this is the one to watch. I think it is like a centerpiece of really great action choreography as the Gundam and the Gyan's duel moves from them fighting in space to moving into the colony, and then Char getting involved and Lala sort of observing all of this happening, and there being weird sort of like new type friction between Lala and Amuro. It has one like a great villain death in Makave, where his last thought is about the priceless vase that he wants to be sent to Cassilia, and his last line is "It is priceless" as he explodes. And it's just the animation of the fight between the Gundam and the Gyan in this destroyed space colony fallen into ruin because the mirrors have been misaligned. It is just one of the best settings of any kind of sci-fi episode you could find. The way that things like the horses and the oxen that are still alive on the colony juxtaposed with the size of the mobile suits is a great visual tool to make the sort of the enormity of these two battling sort of like creatures effectively feel. And so having that reference point is great. But it's also maybe actually my favorite part of the episode is just the buildup of the of Amuro and the Gundam going in alone, and all it's some of the most artistic shots that don't go to like totally surreal spaces in the whole show of the just while the Gundam itself is huge, the space colony is much bigger, and the way that they sort of move through that, he moves through that space as it starts just like metal and sullen and forlorn, and his shadow is long and dark, and then he goes from that space to slowly working his way into a space colony that is brown and dead and decaying. It's just a beautiful visual space that this episode takes place in, and I love it.
Agreed. We'll get to that one a little later. My number 5 is episode 19, Ramba Ral's Attack. You get so much good stuff in this episode. The first half, you get this big scene at the pub in the rundown town where Ramba Ral and Hamon come in. Amuro is having some food, and they come in with all their troops. And this is the best scene for the characterization of Ramba Ral, I think, and what a good dude he is, and how much his men trust in him for his good qualities. And also, you realize what an interesting kind of offbeat character Hamon is. You have Frau Bo comes in, and how that whole scene plays out, I love. But then later, the fight between Gundam and Ral's goof, and Amuro having to come back to the white base and fight, and that being maybe the best battle in the series, tied with the fight in Duel in Texas. But I think if you're just taking one standalone fight, nothing quite beats the choreography of cutting off the goof's arms, the stabbing through the cabin, and Ramba Ral like moving across the molten, metal, and then them seeing each other. And that tying into earlier in the episode, it is so fucking good. So that's why it's on my list.
That one is not quite on my list, but is definitely a high honorable mention.
Shocked, it is so good.
It is very good. The reason why it's not on my list is because my next episode 21, Sorrow and Hatred, which for me was like I had to kind of narrow it down to the best Ramba Ral dissection episode, and Sorrow and Hatred was it for me because it's the turning point at the middle of the show. It's everything that you talked about, like Ryu's sacrifice and because Ryu's death and Hamon's death literally happened at the same time because that's his suicide attack on her. And so like those two deaths, as you said, together end this like whole first stretch of the show, and is the first time that the white base sort of pays like a very deep personal price because Ryu has been the one who has kind of been the glue that held everything together. So the way that sequence is filmed and edited is just utterly extraordinary. And again, the way that like nobody quite knows what has happened, and is everyone's trying to figure out what who was in that core fighter and how that happened. And then everything building up to it of Ryu stumbling around like mortally injured around the white base and trying to just get everybody on the same page, trying to get Bright and Amuro to stop being idiots and to work together, and he can't quite get it to happen without just sacrificing himself. And then of course the ending where Bright, everybody takes it hard, but no one more so than Bright, who his entire facade is crushed by the events. And Sorrow and Hatred is a very appropriate title for what is a really brutally sad episode of Gundam.
Number 4 for me is the Duel in Texas. You already talked about it. I have very little to add other than I totally agree with your assessment that really what makes the episode is the long, slow sequence of the Gundam entering the colony. And I think the whole conceit of the episode that Makuve is laying this trap and Amuro is coming in. It's like the end of Empire Strikes Back with Darth Vader leading Luke deeper and deeper into the heart of Cloud City. Bespin, yeah. I think it is done so extraordinarily well. And then that you get the second half payoff with this big fencing duel in this like old west colony that is dilapidated. It is so unique. It is so well animated. I love it to death.
My number 4 is Episode 1, Gundam Rises, or Gundam Daiichi ni Tatsu, which is just a great title. It is maybe the best first episode of any TV show ever. It is fucking absurd how much it does. And it is also maybe the best directed episode of Gundam. As is like common for a lot of anime series, the first episode tends to be the one the most directorial focus goes on.
Because so the pilot of an American show.
Yeah, exactly. And they just have the most time to deal with it. And so, there is a reason why the entirety of this episode is just the beginning of the first movie with basically no changes whatsoever, because the animation is already gorgeous. It is so well put together, and that sequence that introduces us to our characters of the Zaku's coming in, being juxtaposed against nature. I think it's Slender Chewie sees Fraubo coming into Amuro's house, and then that is the window through which we enter the story. Is like it's such a stylish, artful move that I remember just sort of taking me off guard immediately when I first watched the show, that I would not have expected a kind of relatively low budget TV anime from 1979 to do a cinematic move like that is really smart, really cutting. The whole episode is just fucking fantastic.
My number 3 is A Cosmic Glow, episode 41, which is sort of the heart of this last push of the series, the episode that does the most with the new type conceit and benefits the most from the show's experimental streak down the home stretch. It is an aesthetic marvel, even if I think we both agree that the movie version makes a lot of improvements, maybe directorially. In some places, the TV version is even better. It is such a bold, artistic statement of an episode in its original form. It is such a raw gut punch of an episode with what happens to Lala. It is an episode that shows that Gundam's thematic concerns go so far beyond the physical and the tangible into the metaphysical and the philosophical in a way that I don't think you could have predicted up until this point. It is a beautiful, beautiful work of art that is constructed pretty much perfectly. It's one that challenged me on first viewing. You heard me talk about it in the last episode of Weekly Suit Gundam, where I wasn't sure about how it all fit together, especially seeing it play out in the movie and thinking about it and rewatching parts of it again, and how it ends with, "This is the light of hatred" from Amuro. This is peak Gundam. These top 3 were really hard to rank.
Yeah, I mean, my top 3, really my top 4 with Gundam Rises were always my top 4. In this order, I've known this forever. Even if I've never sat down and made a list, I knew this. So Gundam Rises, the next is my number 3, episode 43, Escape, the finale of Mobile Suit Gundam. Which, if you could not ask for a better first episode, you also could not ask for a better last episode, because holy shit. I mean, we talked about basically everything, because the movie, again, it reanimates some of this stuff, but it is all the same beats. Everything with Amuro and Char and Sayla is amazing. Amuro and Char getting a fucking actual real sword fight. The final moments of the Gundam, which I have actually posed my the Gundam Gunpla in the final shooting of the Gundam to take out the Zeong, fucking Char blowing off Cassilia Zabi's head. But then the payoff of Amuro using his new type abilities, not for war, as Char is afraid that this is what new types are doomed to, is just to be the most frightening weapons of war, but he uses his new type abilities to save all of his friends and gives a single personal message to each of them, and then he finally escapes and leaves his last message for Lala, which is, "I can come visit you anytime, but I have a place to go back to." And then particularly his last line, which is, "There is nothing happier than this." I could not be happier than with this outcome, effectively, is such a beautiful, beautiful ending to this TV show.
My number 2 is Coming Home, episode 13. We have talked about it many times. I don't think we need to restate it much, but this is, if Winds of War was the episode that shows you how deep they're going to go with the two sides of this conflict that's going to pay off later in episodes like Sorrow and Hatred, Coming Home is the episode that's going to fully plant the flag on where Gundam is going to draw the lines. And the lines it's going to draw is, Amuro is a fucking kid sent to war, and that is terrible, and it is scary, and it is heartbreaking. And we do that in the real world, because 16 and 18 aren't that fucking different. And kids grow up and they kill for us. And that is a heartbreaking thing to try to come to terms with. And I think the way Coming Home paints all of that, you know, in many ways, this episode is the beating heart of Gundam as a franchise, and it is a beautiful, beautiful thing.
Definitely. My number 2 is episode 41, A Cosmic Glow, Hikaru Uchu. A Cosmic Glow being the best title of a Gundam episode because it has a dual meaning. It is both the cosmic glow of Lala and the new type powers and the cosmic glow of the light of hatred, eliminating the Federation and General Revel and Degwin Zabi. It is, you know, we talked about this episode a lot because it is just so fucking good. But it is, I mean, everything it is amazing, is particularly that fight. The way it is edited is so impactful. Like, I just cannot... Like, I watch it all the time because it captures something in editing to me for combat that is like so few things can kind of grasp the emotional clarity of everything that's happening, even though it is a complex scenario. And then the standout sort of psychic sequence between Amuro and Lala, and some of that imagery, like his eyes against the wave filling up his mind as he's killed Lala, and the weird image of an egg being impregnated, like all those things, like they're images that sit with me today that I think about all the time. And Amuro coming in screaming, it is like, run away, it's the light of hatred, is such a just like stark, just definitive statement for like of many things that Gundam is about. And that, like, one of the defining things that Gundam need, that Amuro and these characters need to fight, is not just the enemy. It is, they have to fight hatred itself, and the hatred that this war has bred between everybody. And it is just it's a shocking, dark, intense episode that, like, when I watched it, I knew it's like, this is something really special. Absolutely.
My number 1 is Escape, episode 43, the finale. And it's just a perfect ending.
Yep.
In every way, it packs so many great things into one 22-minute chunk. And I really do think it is such a perfect landing that, as good as everything is up to that point, it elevates all of it. I don't think great stories necessarily need great endings. Like, I'm not someone who says, like, the ending is the most important part. It often isn't, and it depends on what kind of story you're telling. But it is true that sometimes the best stories have the best endings.
Yeah.
Because that's where you tie it all together. And you just feel like you are so in the hands of master storytellers through every second of Escape, and feeling like they are bringing this home expertly. I agree with everything you said. I think the dual arcs for Char and Amuro, going into that episode with one motivation and coming out with a different motivation that is so much truer to who they are. And for Amuro, it is this beautiful, beautiful motivation of using those new type powers to reunite his constructed family. And for Char, it's blowing off Cecilia Zabi's goddamn head with a bazooka.
Yep.
This show knows what it is fucking about. And there are 2 shows in my life where I would say the best episode is the final episode. It is such a rare thing. One of them is the CW's Crazy Ex-Girlfriend, the musical show, which has a similar effect for me of being like such a great ending that it elevates the whole show in a major way. And one of them is Mobile Suit Gundam. And those are very different shows,
yes,
which should speak to you of how rare and wonderful a thing this is, when you could argue, and whether you agree with me or not, Sean, like, it's clearly an argument you could make, that this is the best episode. There's very few shows where you could plausibly make that argument.
Yes.
And it's not because I even think endings are frequently bad. I'm not one of those people. It's just endings are not the fun part of the story frequently. Mm-hmm. Endings are not usually where you shoot Cecilia Zabi in the head with the bazooka. You know? The Wire doesn't get to end like that. Mobile Suit Gundam does. Maybe if The Wire had some fucking mechs in Baltimore.
Fuck hell yeah.
Fuck hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's my number 1.
My number 1, it could never be anything else, is episode 13, Coming Home.
Kidding.
Interesting that I love that our top, like, these, it feels like this must be the definitive top 3 episodes of Gundam.
Oh yeah.
Both arrived at this point. Yep. It's like however you order it, it is clearly these 3
It's
episodes.
hard to argue. Those are like the 3 beating heart episodes of Gundam, I feel like, just distributed in a weird way. But yeah, like, those are the ones that are most Gundam to me.
Absolutely. And for me, Coming Home, I mean, it is, part of it for me, the Gundam Coming Home, why it is like a number 1 with a bullet for me, is that while the first episode, Gundam Rises, was the one I watched, and I was like, okay, I'm definitely watching this whole TV show. Coming Home was the one I watched and was like, okay, I'm definitely watching this entire franchise, because any franchise that could produce an episode this interesting is worth studying and like worth seeing all the way through good and bad. Like I am married to Gundam now because this is my life, because it is just like it is like a deeply complicated episode, and it is maybe the most complicated episode of the entire franchise, in that it is presenting all these sort of competing issues at the heart of this, of like the tragedy of Amuro, and that you so desperately want him to be able to go home and rekindle this relationship with his mother, leave the white base behind, leave the war behind, stop killing people, and become like a good kid again. But you know that he can't do that because there's so much more at stake, whether it's the war at large or just the lives of all these other people we've come to know, and that Amuro is instrumental in keeping them alive and maybe one day finding some kind of happiness. And Coming Home is the episode that deals with all those issues. It is the episode that deals most directly with the issues at the heart of the franchise about adolescence in trauma and adolescence in violence and war, and the complicated relationships that these kinds of protagonists have with their parents is never more interestingly presented in any mech show. I don't care how much you want to talk about fucking Shinji and Gendo in Neon Genesis Evangelion. It is Amuro and his mom that just presents this deeply troubling, conflicted, powerful split where Amuro has no choice but to leave his home behind and to leave his mom behind. And you both want to see Amuro go onto the white base, and you want him to see him stay on that beach. And there's no better scene in the entire franchise to me than the ending of Coming Home, where Amuro makes that choice. He and Bright salute her. Bright says, "We will be taking care of your son." He spins around. They both walk back to that white base, and it flies away into the sunset from the beach, massive, dwarfing everything. And Amuro's mother collapses to the ground crying. And Frau Bow looking back at her, a very telling shot zoomed in on her, and her kind of coming to understand maybe what it is to be close to Amuro and what could be in her future if she keeps on being close to Amuro. Everything, and the symbolism of the fucking wooden doll. Like, Coming Home is just a truly masterful episode of television, and it is my number one.
Absolutely. Love these lists. Love that we reached that consensus on the top three.
Yeah.
Completely independently. We hadn't even talked about making these before the last couple days.
No, I
I
texted you a couple days ago to like be sure, like, what lists are we doing and how are we doing them? Okay, I'll make my list then.
All right. I did put out a question on Twitter to see if anyone had any questions for this episode. We didn't really get anything. I did get one, and I just wanted to throw this to you, Sean.
Okay.
Billy on Twitter asked, have you two watched the NHK documentary special, The Making of Gundam, The Inside Story? It aired last week, and I think it's up on YouTube now.
No, I have not. I will have to go seek that out. I did watch there was a 40th anniversary special they did earlier this year, where they got a bunch of the, they did like a big poll of like people's favorite scenes and stuff, and they got a bunch of the voice actors to like do live line recordings, and there's some cool. Good stuff from that with Amuro from Char's Counterattack. It's very good.
Awesome.
But yeah, I will definitely have to check that out. That is good to put on my radar. Thank you.
Well, Sean, this was planned to be the final episode of Weekly Suit Gundam.
I mean,
I don't want this party to end.
Yeah, where we go from here, John. Like, I'm the one who lit the fire, but where we go from here is 100% up to you. Like, I am not going to tell you how to watch Gundam from now on. It is now, I have passed this baby onto you, and it is up to you to raise it.
Well, I got good news for you, Sean.
Yes?
As of this taping, I am 7 episodes deep into Mobile Suit Zeta Gundam.
Okay, very good.
And it is fucking good.
It's really fucking good, huh?
And when I'm done with all 50, would you like to come back and do another Weekly Suit Gundam discussion?
I think I would, Jonathan. This has been a long journey, but it's far from over. We have survived for now, but it seems like we will also have to see the tears of time.